The mic was muted. Look, I'm not known for my technical skills. That should be fine now. We'll just, so this is the stuff we're usually much more polished than this, you know. But this is the text. I'm just ad-libbing. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Proving I can count at my doctorate, that's good. How's everyone going? Good? Yeah, awesome. Thank you for being here. I mean, I'll also say this again, I promise. Come here. We're still testing. I'm just, you know, but I have a captive audience. Should have done my solo, you know, like come up with a solid 5 minutes so I could just be like, blah, 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 blah. Most of my solid 5 minutes in academia is usually like, man, Ubisoft. But I'm a historian, so I'm allowed to say that. We're good? Okay. Awesome. We want to start today's event by acknowledging that we're meeting today on unceded Darug Noora, Darug country, out here in Wallamatta, Ryde, the land of the Wallamatagal. For those of you who are unfamiliar with campus, this is the land of the black snapper. For generations, it's nurtured teaching and learning, and I think it's a real honour for us to be able to meet here today as visitors to this land. I'd also like to acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. I am Abby Hartman, Dr. Abby Hartman, and I am your MC for today. You're going to hear from me a lot, get really used to this voice and this face. I'm a historian by training, but I talk a lot about video games in my praxis, and I'm so thankful to be here with you guys today. Thank you so much for being here on such a beautiful day. To begin, I'm going to hand over to our wonderful event organiser, Sandra Trin. If we could give a big round of applause.
Do we have our slides on? Okay. Hi, thank you. So once again, thank you for coming for the second year running of Galaxy Games Festival. And thank you for Abby for introducing us, such a lovely opening to the event. I just want to talk about our sponsors, MSI. So MSI has sponsored a lot of our tech gear, some of our streaming equipment, laptops, and then some of our laptops on our exhibition floor. They also have sponsored some prize pools for today's giveaway. So if you want to enter the giveaway, it's a free entry, but there's just a little task for you to complete to get some entries. There's just going to be on the stage, and they'll tell you a little bit more about that giveaway as well. We have maybe 2 headphones to give away, and some thermal bottles, as well as a gaming mouse to give away, which I think the gaming mouse is the most expensive one, around like $70 or $80, and while the headphones are like $60 to $70 per headphone. So I'm going to go and pass that on to Rebecca, who's going to do our keynote.
I'll do a formal introduction. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sandra. So, of course, we have our wonderful keynote to kick off the day, Rebecca Fernandez O'Shea, our key speaker. She is a senior graphics programmer at Nixies. Thank you. And we'll be talking about A Weird Journey to Where I Am. Very good title. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Need to see my notes. But hey everyone, I'm Rebecca Fernandez O'Shea, and I work at Nixus Software, which is a PlayStation studio. So today I just wanted to share my journey because it hasn't been super straightforward, and I think maybe that would be relatable for some of you during the current industry climate, and hopefully to help you embrace the ups and downs of life. Thank you so much to the Galaxy Games Fest for having me, and especially Sandra for being such an amazing organiser. I was even such a slacker that I had not written a title for my talk, and she created this one for me, and I decided just to roll with it. But I might just switch it up a little bit. It's a bit hard to read, but this is my actually super normal and totally fine journey to where I am now. So yeah, let's see, what did that look like? Okay, how to get into the games industry. How did that go for me? Step 1, well, that's really small. Step 1, graduate from computer science at uni. I went to University of Wollongong, and there's me with my parents. Everyone's very happy about me graduating, that's nice. So step 1, graduate from uni, and then, yeah, cool, get a job at PlayStation making cool AAA video games. The end, thank you for coming to the talk, it was great to see you all today. yeah, obviously that's not true. Yeah, so clearly most of you know that even with a degree, it's quite difficult to get into the games industry, especially at the moment. I graduated uni about 15 years ago in the middle of the global financial crisis. You know, there were studios shutting down, there were massive layoffs. This might sound a bit familiar to some of you. So I went on quite a journey. This is my like spinning around the galaxy to go with today's theme. Went on quite a journey to get to where I am today, but I wouldn't have it any other way, because I think everything that happened during that time sort of made me a better programmer and a better person in the games industry now. So let's see how that went. My journey actually does start before I graduated from uni, so a lot of stuff happened then that is part of why I get to do cool stuff now. So let's see. Yeah, okay, this is probably a bit too early. But actually, I was Googling myself for this talk to try and find photos, because I never save anything. And I encountered this photo, and I was like, whoa, how did that get online? And apparently I did a talk like 15 years ago that was called My Pre-Mortem. So hopefully you know that a post-mortem for a video game is like after the video game, you go back and dissect what went well or what went badly. So I guess I was doing like a pre-mortem, haha, very funny, on my games career, and I had this photo in there. So I don't remember doing this talk at all whatsoever, but it's online. Yeah, but I don't actually want to talk about my childhood because this isn't therapy. But I just want to mention that my family is quite working class. So my mum is a nurse and my dad's a coal miner. Well, they're both retired now. But there was no technology at home, right? Like any tech stuff came in via me because I just really enjoyed it. But you don't have to have a family that's like rocket scientists and like engineers to be able to do this job. I thought that was important to mention. That's fully not going. Oh, right. Yeah, so I'll explain this in a second, but I was really lucky to come from a home that was quite loving, and we were not in any financial stress. However, my parents did not provide any allowance for me, so I had none of my own financial independence from them. So this really pushed me to get a job when I was a teenager. And that job was working at the local cinema. It was really exciting. I got to rip tickets, show people to their seats, clean everything that was underneath the chairs, dealing with unruly customers, like selling popcorn, all of that. Seems like a world away from video games, but that was it. I worked there, let's see if this works, because that's always a bit of a gamble. Oh, that's quite loud. Is it possible to get the audio on there? If not, that's cool. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, perfect, thanks. It doesn't really need audio. Anyway, so at some point they trained me to be a projectionist, and this was a projection room. I don't know where I found this video, but it was a bad day. It was raining a lot. There was a leak. The film was sticking to itself because of the humidity. So I had to stand there and like pull the film off each other, because if it does this too much, it falls onto the floor and then it breaks and it's really expensive. You have to cancel the session. Most days were not like this, but I got to learn about projectors up there. I got to learn about how lenses work, the difference between CinemaScope and widescreen, aspect ratios, white balance. Some of you can probably see where this is going, but like that was a part of my life that I did not realise would impact me later. There was lots of good lessons to be learned there. This day I was not appreciating that though. This day sucked. But yeah, this doesn't really exist much anymore. All the projectors are digital, but anyway, I feel old. Oh, that's going to play again now. That's cool. All right, so I ended up doing computer science at uni. Spoilers from the first slide. Mostly I did this because I liked maths at school, but also I'd applied for every scholarship the university offered, like all of them, because I was a bit financially motivated because my parents never gave me money. And the university called me up and said, hey, your like maths and science marks are pretty good. Would you consider doing computer science? And it was like a women in computer science program that they were trying out there. And they said, we'll give you $3,000. And I was like, wow, $3,000. So I said yes, because money, but also like it did sound interesting. I looked up computer science. So I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. That's more exciting than becoming a maths teacher or working in a bank. No offense to people who do those things. They weren't for me. So I thought, let's give this a try. The first month was really tough though. The programming subject was not particularly well structured, and the first lessons, I cried during the first lessons. It was so overwhelming. All of the computer labs were text-based Linux, which I'd never seen before ever, And also I'd been to an all-girls high school, and this environment at university was not that. And I don't know, some of you might be aware that teenage men can be a bit competitive in the way they speak with each other. So everyone was sort of bragging about all their programming skills in class, about how great they were. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know any of this. And so, yeah, I had a big cry, and I felt bad, like I didn't belong, and that I was really far behind. Just gonna scroll up my notes. But quitting, like telling my parents I quit sounded like even scarier than just continuing, so I continued. And that was lucky because actually after the first hurdles, I really fell in love with programming. The logic of it was really beautiful, and I could see that there was a lot to learn. Like, it's a really broad topic with lots of different applications, and I was really excited to see what I could do with this. Also, I figured out that a lot of the boys were just bullshitting, so their skills weren't actually that great, and I wasn't really that far behind, so I started to believe in myself a bit more. And because of that, in second year, I actually picked up a job, because money, tutoring the first year subject, the one that I'd cried in. So like, I did want the money, but I also wanted to help anyone who was feeling bad like I was, because I thought, okay, I know how that feels, so I can sort of help that a bit more. So there I started to learn some initial teaching skills. In second year, I joined up with some fellow students and we participated in a game jam. So hopefully most of you know what a game jam is, cool. So this was actually in Brisbane, and it was called the Fab 48-Hour Game Jam. And the university, somehow we convinced them to fly us up there to go to this game jam. So that's our lecturer just sort of creeping out in the background there. Super nice of Casey to come. But this was the first time I'd ever made a video game. And I felt like it was amazing. I was like, this is what I want to do. I sort of realised that this is a thing that real humans actually get paid for. Like, this is actually a job. The game we made was like horrific, though. There was like a space wreck, and you were surfing to collect watermelon pips. I don't even know. Also, Yahtzee was one of the judges because he lives in Brisbane. I don't know if he's still relevant these days, but he reviewed my first ever video game, so that's terrifying. We returned there the next year, in my third year, and this time we actually won. And the university was like super impressed by this. So when we got home, they were like, cool, how about you guys create a game studio and we will help you with that. And what I realized afterwards was that we were like the guinea pigs for their sort of tech incubator, right? So this was at the time where all the universities were like, hey, I think we need some tech incubator to compete with Silicon Valley. So we were the guinea pigs for this experience, which was great. Like, we got a lot of resources to sort of start this up ourselves. So this was us in the local paper, because Wollongong was very excited by there being a game development studio. So meanwhile, I was still at uni, but I graduated from my bachelor degree. But I didn't really want a real job while I was trying to start up a game studio, so I kept working at the cinema and doing my tutoring, and also signed up for an extra year of uni because I got caught up a bit in the advertisements from the university. So at first I started doing honours, but I really quickly realised that research was not for me. And I switched to a master's by coursework because the subjects looked interesting. I say that so easily, but there was also a lot of crying involved in that decision. I also applied for a scholarship via the IGDA, it's the International Game Developers Association, to go to GDC, the Game Developers Conference. So I'd heard about this from a friend, so I applied for that and promptly was rejected. So I applied again, and this time to go to E3, the Electronic Entertainment Expo, and that one was accepted. So off I went to Los Angeles, the first time in America. I was 21, off to the E3 Expo, and here I am with the other scholarship recipients. It was an amazing experience. They sort of took us around, they gave us VIP access. We had press passes to the event, which was cool, so everyone wanted to talk to us until they realised we weren't actually press. But yeah, we got to talk to lots of developers, we got to do studio tours. This was phenomenal. So when I got back, I tried to pay this forward and use what I'd learned to help our little studio. So I was like, okay, IGDA was great, let's go to the local meetings, because we discovered there were local meetings. So we attended the local meeting. It was in Newtown at the Bank Hotel. I remember, and they were doing presentations about people's games. So we took the game we were working on and they gave a presentation. That was sort of one of the first presentations I'd given. And giving presentations can be a bit scary, but from when I was working at the cinema, I'd had to evacuate once the whole cinema because of a fire in a nearby building. And when you've got like 500 angry cinema goers who don't really want to leave and they're yelling at you, but you've got to evacuate them. After that, a talk to other nerds doesn't really seem so bad. So that was a skill I'd picked up earlier as well. But yeah, we got quite involved with the IGDA crowd and discovered that they also ran a game jam, and we were like, yeah, game jam's great. Like we've had a good result with game jams, and they were actually that year struggling for a location for the game jam. So we offered our university, because the university still loved us. We offered our university as host, and luckily they said yes. So we hosted the game jam that year at the Wollongong Uni, which was really nice. Yeah. So at this point, I graduated again from masters, and then, And then did you know actually that the requirement for teaching a bachelor level degree is that you have a master's degree? I didn't know this, but the university clearly had this idea in mind, and they were like, cool, now that you've graduated, what if we hired you to teach as a lecturer the first year computer science class? And I was like, oh, okay, well, our money's great. So yeah, let's do that. But yeah, obviously I was really quite like, this is the class I'd cried in my first month, right? And so I've been tutoring it for 4 years by this point, and now the university wanted me to be the lecturer. I was 22. Yeah. So that's a bit scary, but I thought, okay, now's my chance. I'm gonna fix the beginning bit of this course, because clearly everyone feels like shit here. I'm gonna fix this. So I did. So I rewrote quite a lot of the beginning part of that course finally, so that people didn't have to feel so bad. And I didn't dumb it down at all. I just wanted to make the entry a bit easier for like the modern, at the time, teenager coming in and the assumed knowledge that they had. Like most people at that point whose parents are nurses and firefighters and miners or whatever haven't used text-based Linux. So like there are things that you need to teach that as well. But yeah, also this involved, like, apart from rewriting the course, it was quite scary, like, to do this here, to stand in front of a group of 170 teenage men, and I was 22, like was a bit scary. And I also had to write their exams and all their assignments, and I had to deal with students who'd been plagiarising and punish them, and had to do consultation, people coming to my office, and students who had different learning requirements, and people who were struggling at home. And I had to sort of suddenly, like, the university gave me zero training. So I had to figure this out myself, and I was 22. Yeah. Meanwhile, because I can't just do one thing at once, I was still involved with the Sydney IGDA, and at that point, the person who was running it needed to step down. So I said, okay, I'll pick that up, because I thought, like, this is such a valuable community group for the Sydney game development scene that it would be a crime if this sort of fell away a bit for lack of an organiser. So yeah, this involved running the monthly events, like the infamous Beer and Pixels, and yeah, dealing with the online community spaces. At the time it was mostly Facebook and Twitter. And just talking with the local studios and the schools and Screen New South Wales in Australia. So that was also a lot going on at the time, but it was super valuable, I think. And yeah, I was also still trying to get a game studio off the ground at this point. Like, that was sort of the reason I hadn't got a real job. And yeah, our company was called Convict Interactive, and working on a game called Triangle Man, which you might be able to see on Tim's shirt there. I don't know if this is going to play. We're just going to play that a little bit. Yeah, so we made this really awesome trailer, and despite this and some sort of guerrilla marketing I won't play the whole thing because it's a bit boring, but this looks a bit better than my first game, but still it's not great. But despite this and some guerrilla marketing tactics like sneaking Triangle Man onto the set of Good Game, the game never really made any money. So yeah, my spare time, somehow, I'd been attending C++ meetups, and they asked me to do a talk at one of their meetups about game development, because most of the people going to these meetups thought games were cool, but they worked in finance and banks and the things I had said I didn't want to do. So yeah, they were super interested in this, so I gave a talk, at one of their events, and the event was hosted at the Academy of Interactive Entertainment in Sydney. And this was at the time in the Greyhound Stadium in Wentworth Park, which they're about to knock down. But yeah, what happened after that, like immediately after the talk, like at the event, was that their head of school offered me a job. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, like a full-time job, like an adult job. And I was like, okay, I think I should do this because my game's not making any money. University only pays me for like, you know, whatever it is, 13 months of the thing. So 13 weeks of the season. But okay, so I accepted the role at AIE to be a programming teacher there. Yes. So I worked at AIE for 2 years. And this was sort of nice. The classes were a lot smaller. I got lots more face-to-face time with the students, so I learned a lot more about learning styles. But also the other teachers were quite a valuable resource. So a lot of them had worked at game studios, and so I got to learn from them about the games industry and about programming things that I hadn't learned yet. So that was also a way to skill up my own programming there. But yeah, I was still involved with the IGDA. I was still IGDA Sydney, but also I was involved at the international level with a scholarship program that I'd received scholarship from. I was helping them out, and they asked if I could go and run the E3 program in 2013, so this was 2 years after I'd attended. They said, can you be on the ground and run it there? So I was like, yeah, sure, no worries. So off I went to LA again, and got to do a bunch of studio tours. This is me here with all the students, and my partner is here for some reason, I'm not sure. But yeah, during my previous visit, we had gone to Insomniac, and I'd met some of their programmers and kept in touch with them. So we went back there again, and like, Ratchet & Clank was one of my favourite games as a kid, so I was really, I was like so excited to be going to the studio that made one of my favourite games, and I was just stoked that I got to go twice in my life. I was like, this is amazing. Yeah, little did I know what my future held. So yeah, also, meanwhile, I'd been attending GCAP in Melbourne, so Game Connect Asia Pacific, which is still running every year. And it was a bunch of money for flights and hotels, but you can get free tickets if you're a volunteer. The IGDA was nice enough to help me out a few times because I'd been doing so much work for them. This was a great opportunity to network with the rest of the Australian games industry, and this was so valuable for me because this is where I got my first break into like development roles. So I've been going for a few years, and some of the developers who were quite well known in the scene, I had a chat with some of them and they said, hey, we've got this idea for a game and we need programmers, but we don't have any money, so could you work for free and we'll pay with royalties? And I was like, wow, there's so many red flags in this idea, but I trust you guys, and I've got this full-time job, so this actually works quite well for me, whereas in the evenings I just do really minor Unity programming work. And yeah, then my day job. And luckily for me, that game was Armello by League of Geeks. So thankfully this all worked out, and I got paid quite a lot of royalties actually for the work I'd done. But yeah, after 2 years at AIE and a few months of Armello development, I was still getting the itch to work on games again. And also my partner received an opportunity to move to the Netherlands. So I thought, okay, let's do it. This is a chance to sort of change things up a bit. So I quit my job and we moved to the Netherlands. And I'd learned that networking was like a super valuable way to get connections in the industry, to get a job, because it worked well for me before. So I immediately went to all of the local games industry events. And I went to one event and there was a company there called Weird Big Games, and they were showing off their game, and they were like, oh yeah, but we need a programmer. And I was like, oh cool, I'm a programmer. So yeah, that worked out and I got a job, which was super good. And what was I going to say? There was just 6 of us in this team. So it was really small. It reminded me back of when I was trying to start up my own studio. There was a lot of the same skills there, where you're programming, but you're also doing whatever else needs to be done. So in this case, I was helping them like write media releases, also because I was the only native English speaker, and yeah, contact journalists and do a bunch of marketing. So this is us, I think at Gamescom, actually, and we were showing off our game there, and we're a serious crew. But yeah, the game that I was working on there was called Tricky Towers, This was built in Unity, and so all the skills that I'd learned from Marmello were really helpful here. So I started off just doing those sort of minor programming work, like hooking up audio and UI and stuff. But I eventually started to go more towards graphics because I'd always enjoyed that at school. And so I think I investigated trying to write custom shaders for Unity, which at the time was quite hard because the renderer was locked down quite strictly. And so I wrote a blog post about how to do that, which seemed to take off. Yeah, so we released Tricky Towers in 2016, which is 10 years ago, oh my God. And unfortunately didn't do that well at the time. I thought some of you like nod at this, and now it's like super well known, but at the time no one was playing it, and so the company, to stop from going bankrupt, they had to fire 4 of the staff. So I got laid off, but I got to the point where I realised that I really liked graphics and none of the other work I was doing, so maybe this was an opportunity for me to try and get into graphics. So yeah, with the help of an amazing recruiter, I managed to land a junior graphics programming role at TT Games in the UK. So they'd read my blog post about the Unity, like that was super helpful. So like something I'd done there, like payoff was quite immediate as well. So I moved to the UK, which was scary because my partner was still in Amsterdam. But I felt like this was worth it. It was to work for a big studio. There were 700 people at TT Games, and they work on the Lego titles, as you can see here. And I'd work, like on one day, there was like 5 games in development at once, and they were on like 4 or 5 different platforms. It was PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Switch, and unannounced things. And I got to work on some really cool IP. So here's my name in the credits of a Batman game, like what? And this is also The Incredibles. And then, oh my God, Star Wars, what the, like, yeah, so it's like amazing. Like, I still am really like, just, yeah, so cool. Quite a dream come true. But yeah, living long distance was taking a toll. Like my partner was in Amsterdam and I was in like near Manchester. So I was keeping an eye on what was going on in the Netherlands, and I saw there was a rendering opportunity. Bas is laughing because he knows some people in this photo. There was a rendering opportunity in Utrecht in the Netherlands, and I thought, I've got to get that. And this was a studio called Nixxes. And I know they'd been working on Tomb Raider titles, so I'd played the Tomb Raider reboot and Rise of the Tomb Raider on PC, and so I was pretty sure they were working on Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So I went for a job interview, and they were like, what do you think we're working on? And I was like, Shadow of the Tomb Raider? And they were like, yeah. So yeah, luckily I got that job there and worked on Shadow of the Tomb Raider for PC, which was amazing. This is a much smaller group. Like the PC team was actually only about 10 people, so coming from 700 there from like 6 before, and now at 10, it was kind of a nice size. And I got to handle like really big aspects of the rendering because there was so few of us. So I got to work on HDR and learn a bit about that, and also the ray tracing, one of the first games to have ray tracing on PC, which was super exciting. But yeah, after Shadow of the Tomb Raider, we worked on The Avengers, which is where this phenomenal photo comes from. This photo has lasted longer than the game, but that's... Yes, so then in 2021, Nixxes was acquired by PlayStation Studios, and that has meant that I've been super lucky to work on quite a range of different titles after that. It's very exciting. So some of those games include Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. So I'm just going to go back to that photo of me in 2013 losing my mind at Insomniac. And fast forward 11 years, this photo of me back at Insomniac again after having worked together with them for years on their games. Like, it is a dream come true to be able to do this. So I've now returned to Australia, obviously, but I'm still working for Nixxes remotely due to some life circumstances for me. And my amazing graphics colleagues created this beautiful / horrific image of us all, which I love it, actually. It's really beautiful. So yeah, that's been my like amazing but actually, or sorry, weird but actually kind of normal journey so far. And I think the biggest lessons I've learned are that like each life experience, no matter how unrelated, can be a huge help to unlock other opportunities. So there's customer service skills I learned while working at the cinema actually are still useful today because the PlayStation community staff have realised that I'm not terrible at that, and they allow me to go into the Discord of their games and talk directly to the players so I can help solve bugs, which has been super valuable for me and probably the players. But yeah, also my teaching skills help me to train new staff. So I really love to work with interns and juniors. It's one of my favourite things to do, to upskill them, and that's from what I learned teaching at university. So like, even though it took me quite a few years between graduating and actually getting into the games industry, all of that has been valuable for what I'm doing now. So don't worry about taking sideways steps or what seems like totally unrelated steps. Like, focus on what you're doing there. Don't half-ass what you find yourself in, like put your all into it, because you don't know what you're learning there that will be useful for later. But also make sure you're keeping your eye out for other opportunities. Like all those meanwhiles that I had helped me to unlock different things, like networking with people, entering competitions, attending different events. It's all super valuable and you'll learn so much by doing that. So yeah, thank you for coming to this. There's my contact details if you want to message myself or Nixus. And have a great day today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What a fantastic keynote to start the day off. Could we have like one more round of applause? Thank you so much, Rebecca. Now we're going to just have a brief interlude while we switch to our next speakers. If you guys are staying in here, you'll of course be listening to the absolutely wonderful Dr. Jamie Garcia. If you do want to head over to room B, there are some sprint sessions on in this next... Oh, wait, have I gotten that the wrong way around? Oh, I have. Apologies, the sprint sessions are coming up later. In room B, there will be a easy peasy, I get it, interaction toolkit talk. Yeah, I know that it actually did take me that long. By Dr. Matt Cabanang from University of New South Wales. So, bear with us for a few moments while we do all this magic. So, right now we have Dr. Jamie Garcia talking to us. Jamie is an associate professor at UTS and will be presenting a paper titled Games Research, Turning Curiosity into a Career. Thank you so much. Clap, 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 clap.
Oh yeah, that worked. Hey guys, how's it going? I appreciate you came on a Saturday morning to listen to this, because this is not as fun as the previous one. So, in the previous one, it went from uni to doing something really cool in industry. This one is the opposite. You stay in uni and never leave uni. Okay? Just a little bit about me. So this is Jamie. I think that's the same shirt I have right now. Happens. I work at UTS, as it was just mentioned a minute ago. I've been with UTS for about 10 years as a staff. Before that, I also did my PhD with these guys for like 4 or 5 years. And I wear different hats, which is fun. So I get to help them with running the games degree and also doing, we have a studio, research lab, really. So I help them with the coordination of that. I teach a couple of the cool subjects in the final year of that course. And before doing all this academic stuff, I actually was in industry and did some industry stuff, but I actually enjoyed the research and the teaching a little bit more, so that's why I came back. So again, it's the opposite of the previous chat. Now, this topic, it's about, because not many people know about what it's like to research and career opportunities in uni or R&D divisions and that kind of stuff. So I wanted to sort of help you guys connect those dots and understand what it's like to be in academia and what it's like to research and how rewarding that experience is. So, question to you guys, what did you play as when you were kids? Like, what kind of games did you play? Minecraft, good. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah, cool. But good. Let's not just focus on digital games, like games in general. Like, when you have friends and you play with your friends and you play all kinds of stuff, not just video games. Yeah, Uno, yeah. Anything else? Good, sure. Did you guys play with Lego and puzzles and that kind of stuff? Did you find this stuff more interesting than the other stuff? Or did you have, for example, a science kit or one of those electronic kits, and you have all these little lights and you kind of put them together and push buttons and cool stuff happens? So if you did any of these, or multiple of these, maybe you have a creative mindset that it works really well in research. And that's what I used to play as a kid. So my friends used to go and play, the competitive sports and all the fighting stuff and the cool stuff. And I'm like, I like my science kit. I like my electronics kit. I actually like putting things apart and see how these things work and how this cable connects to that and why this thing's moving when I push this. That's what I did as a kid. And thank God, never got electrocuted myself. Almost once, but just once. So that's when I realized this is kind of the profile of a kid that in the future, when they grow up, might have the potential to become a scientist. And scientist sounds like, the mad scientists in the movies and that stuff. Doesn't have to be. You can just be a scientist if you have a curious mind and you want to understand how things work and sort of create knowledge as you go. So in my talk, I'll try to keep it simple and kind of fun, but it's hard. It's a boring topic. I'll talk about what it's like to be an academic, because there's all of these misconceptions and stuff. I did use a bit of Gen AI for dramatic purposes to generate some pictures. I almost got roasted a couple of days ago for doing stuff with Gen AI. So my students like, Jamie, isn't this what a disgrace? But anyways, and a couple more disclaimers. A lot of this is heavily based on my experience and heavily based on how the academic system works in Australia, because it's different in every country. So what do you guys think academics do? So who's an academic? Research? People doing research? Anyone else? Who do we call academics? People that teach, lecturers, professors, research people. What do they do? Because you get to see your professor, lecturer a couple hours a week, and then they walk away and they go and hide in the rooms and stuff happens there, but no one gets to see it. And then you see them again the next week, and then you go and take your summer break, and then what happens to these guys in those months? And that's a question I get all the time. Like, I get this all the time. So you guys come and teach, and then, when students go away, you also go away? No, doesn't work like that. And this is one of the misconceptions. It's not just the teaching, it's not just writing papers, it's actually a lot more. And that actually doesn't really work like that. When students are on leave, or when they take the breaks, we actually do a lot of work. And it kind of looks more like this. So we have to keep up with the latest trends in industry, because that's what we need to go and teach our students. So we always play the catch-up game with what's happening with industry, and all of that stuff goes back into the courses. We have to apply for grants. Well, you don't have to, but if you do, it's cool. When you apply for grants, effectively it's you asking government or a funding source money to conduct a project, and these projects often lead to cool stuff when you develop and create new knowledge. It's about the knowledge, not so much about the money. I think I got that in one of the slides later. But anyways, you spend a lot of time updating your courses, improving the content of what you teach, continuously improving the quality of what you have in your class. And sometimes you have to create new courses. Like, for example, the Bachelor in Games Development didn't exist 20 years or 30 years ago when I went to uni. But these days, when you guys go and see the list of options, it's a lot. And it's all in response to what's happening in industry. So that's what academics do behind the scenes when they close the door of the office. We support students in different ways. So it's not just the teaching, it's also meeting with them. Sometimes they have issues, sometimes they need to change a subject, sometimes they have this really curious mind, and what you're teaching them in the class is not enough. So that's when you offer them things like small projects that you supervise on the side, and you help them develop that potential. So all of this stuff happens behind scenes. And of course, you have PhD students, master students, and you also supervise them on all that. Now, this is what academic life looks like. Again, this is heavily based on the UTS allocations. So this one, it's teaching, all the teaching-related activities. I just put a few there. The blue stuff is the research activities, and that's meant to be orange. That orange stuff is engagement, service, you give it a name. Sometimes they call it leadership. So a balanced academic, and that's kind of my role. I do a lot of teaching, do a lot of research, a little bit of that. Some people don't really like teaching that much, so they take a more research-intensive role, where this, it's tiny, the middle bit is huge, and the last bit, it's tiny again. Or if you really like the teaching, you do the opposite. You teach a whole bunch of subjects, do little projects, supervise a student every now and then some engagement stuff. So in the teaching space, you're always developing lectures, content for your slides for your classes, mentoring students, that kind of stuff. This one is what gets you promoted in some cases, but you can always make a case that if your teaching is fantastic, you should be promoted to professor or whatever. And the uni needs help sometimes with doing the admin stuff. So that's the service bit. Any questions on this? There's a quiz at the end. No? Good. Okay, so what's cool about this? And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, for me, this is my dream job, because it's a lot of flexibility. I don't have to wear a suit, I don't have to wear a tie. It's 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, but not really. And it doesn't mean I sit down and play games all day. What it means is I get to the stuff I like. And of course, I put the time that I'm supposed to put into it, but it doesn't feel like work. It just feels like something fun, something I'm enjoying. So for example, I get to teach the topics I'm passionate about. And because I like them, teaching feels like nothing. Well, it feels, it's rewarding, you know what I mean? So it's like, 5 minutes. No, that was an hour of teaching. Ooh. It kind of feels like that. Working with students is super energizing, because they have all of these cool ideas. They bring with this, these concepts, ideas, conceptions, all of those things. And just working with the younger generation keeps you young in a way. That's why I have no hair. I look like a baby still. So that's something I really enjoy. And that's something that a career like this will offer you, the possibility to work with the like-minded people and the younger generations. Funnily enough, it's one of those jobs where you do a lot of international collaboration. So if you get one of those IT jobs, like many people do, and they're quite fun too, you might actually get stuck in the office all the time, doing what the company needs you to do. This one, it's kind of the opposite. In this one, if you want to be really successful, you have to get out of the office, out of the building, out of town, out of the country, sometimes to do your work. And that's when you get the chance to work with academics in different fields, different unis, different countries, apply for grants, do joint projects, supervise PhD students jointly with these people, and then you become a bit of a superstar in your field. So not to the point that you get on the metro and people go like, oh, it's Jamie. No, but when you go to academic conferences, you get a bit of that. Not me though, the professors like. But point is, you get the chance to work with like-minded people and people that really care about that topic and share the same passion and want to work with you. And again, it's not about the money. You don't do it for the money. Money helps, but it's not about the money. It's about the knowledge. It's about advancing your field. It's about collaborating, creating cool stuff. And flexible work arrangements. Even before COVID, there was no one in the office checking if I was there. Even before COVID, I was able to stay home and work from home. No one goes and checks if I'm alive, which is a concern. Seriously, like, you know, Jamie hasn't been in the office, he's working from home, you know, what if not? So that flexibility helps. Sometimes you have long days, like, you know, you have deadlines like everyone does. You have to stay overnight doing a couple things, but then you kind of catch up and sort of take time off later to catch up with that or compensate for the extra work. Yeah, it's really flexible. I can't complain about this stuff. It's good. I love it. Now, one of the questions I get is, how do you get to one of these academic positions? Do you have to like study? Yes, a little bit. Well, a lot. So in a lot of cases, and this is kind of some of the paths people take, you do your bachelor's degree. Every square is a year. So 1 to 3 years doing your bachelor. That's an exit point. Some of you might go and get an industry job. Some of you might start a business. Some of you want to study more. If you study more and stay, some people add a honors year. So that means the uni course kind of gets extended a bit, and you do a bit of research, which is what makes you really good at the other stuff. Some people do a master's by coursework, if you don't like research. But if you do like research, you can do a master's by research. These little gaps, it's the time it takes for you to find a supervisor, draft a proposal, submit the thing, the unit look at it. You know, they have the admission process. It takes a couple months. So before it gets back to you and say, yeah, welcome, there is a bit of a gap. Reason why that's there's so many misconceptions that you just finished uni and the next day master's, and the next day PhD. There's a bit of a gap in between. From any of those three, you can jump onto a PhD. Now, again, doing one of these also is an exit point. So you can go and work in one of those teaching focused units. So with a master's degree, I think that was mentioned in the previous chat, to teach a bachelor's degree, you might need a master's. So that gives you that opportunity. If you want to work in one of the more research-heavy units, then you need a PhD. That's a requirement. What is a PhD? It's 3 years of you doing research. And notice the difference, blue and green. So that it's going to class, listening to someone like me, speaking to you guys for like 40-something minutes, and then you fall asleep and all of that. This one is you doing fun stuff by yourself with the supervision, I guess with the guidance of a little more seasoned academic. And that there's a difference in that. Any questions on this?
I guess more of a point maybe that there's also an exit to industry after.
Of course, yeah. Yep.
As well, and,
yeah.
And that the industry generally expects Cambridge user researchers, playtesting leads to at least have a master's.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should have put that in there, and I should have that in my last slide, but I don't have. Anyways, thanks, man. That's true. Now, did you guys know that green stuff is free? All of these courses, the research courses are free. You don't have to pay for it. So you know about HEX? This doesn't apply to that. So the government has I guess we can call it a subsidy or like a program that if you guys, as domestic students, go and apply for master's by research or PhD, they pay for your tuition fees, meaning that it's free to you. Also, you can apply for a scholarship with the institution, and you may get a tiny salary that keeps you going for the duration of the course. That's about 40K. I mean, every unit does it differently. Some units have a little bit more, some units have a bit less. The main thing is it's tax-free. You don't pay taxes on that. And on top of that, what happens in a lot of cases is you do a bit of teaching on the side, and you get paid casual rates, which are a bit higher, and that makes a living for a couple of years, which is good. So all of this stuff is it's the kind of stuff that people often don't know. Then I have this conversation I have with my students all the time, like, Jamie, I want to teach, like, well, you can do this. Really? Yeah. I want to study more, but I don't like the coursework stuff. I like working on my projects. Check this out. Cool. And process for applying, I mean, I'm oversimplifying the thing, but it effectively is just those 4 steps. So you have to get a supervisor, not that simple, but once you find the person that really likes your project and you like what they do, and you kind of click, then you talk about your proposal, then you develop the thing, then you get your transcripts together, hit the submit button, and then in a couple of months you start. Oversimplified. There's a couple more things there. Now, what is like to a research degree? Well, kind of the same as what I said about being an academic. No one's there to see that you came. It's technically a full-time commitment. So it's 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, but no one checks that you're there. And it doesn't mean you don't do the work, it just means you do it in a way that you're comfortable with. So for example, if you want to have the routine of coming to the uni and doing a couple of days there and then a couple of days from home, that's fine. If you like being in the lab with your colleagues, come every single day. If you only like doing work in the uni in the morning and then the other stuff in the afternoon from home, that's fine, do it. So it's really flexible, and that helps to stay motivated. You focus deeply on the one topic that you really like and you're passionate about, so you don't have to stress too much about those subjects that no one really likes, and you just do your thing. You manage your time. That's a bit of a tricky one though. Sometimes it takes discipline to be able to manage yourself, and you have to learn to manage yourself, because it's easy to just fall in the trap of, yeah, uni's flexible, I can do this tomorrow. Next day, yeah, it's flexible, I can do this tomorrow. Then a month later, I haven't done anything. So you want to avoid that. And you work really closely with your supervisor. So the supervisor, I don't like this term really. It's more like having a mentor, guide, person that is just a little bit older, like someone that has just gone through the journey, understands the process a bit more, and they can give you advice. So they help you set deadlines. You have uni deadlines, but also you set your own soft deadlines, and that person helps you with that. And that's Gen AI, by the way. Just, yeah. And yeah, it's pretty good. Any questions on this? Okay. No, Mitch, Jamie, your line is not that fun. Okay, so this is what a HDR or research degree kind of looks like. You always have 3 main stages. This is again heavily based on what happens at UTS. You have a bit of coursework in the first year, 1 subject per semester, and that's it. The first one, it's about teaching you how to find reliable information for your project. Second one is teaching you research methods so you can make a plan for your research. The middle bit is when you do the work. That's not a typo, that's by design. Do the work. That's when it gets really heavy. I mean, it's heavy the whole 3 years, but this is when the core of your project happens. And then the final bit is the dissemination stage. That's when you share your findings, write academic articles, publish them, all of that stuff. You have to write your thesis, submit it. Life changes when you submit your thesis. Then you take a few months to get the examinations back, and then graduation. Funnily enough, submitting the thesis has more impact on your life than graduating. Because when you submit the thesis, the next day you have nothing else to do, and it's a really weird feeling. This one, because it's 6 months later, and probably you may have a job by then, or you just enjoying life by then, you just gotta show up to the thing, get the photo taken, and then the next day is just the same as the previous day. So this one, it's fun, but it doesn't feel the same. Submitting the thesis is the big one, in my opinion. How am I doing with time? Very good. So, one of the questions I get all the time is, when you say do the work, what does that really mean? So what kind of projects? Is it just doing like complicated, heavy maths or rocket science stuff, or finding the cure to cancer or baldness, or what is it? it can be anything. And if it's games research, it can be anything about games, anything that games has there. For example, this one. So I kind of divide this in 3 type of projects: examine stuff, create stuff, test stuff. You might have a mix of the 3 in your projects, or you might have a mix of those or 2 of them. Or some people go really deeply on this, or really deeply on that, or really deeply on that. For example, this one is not about making a game. This one is not about testing a game. This one is about understanding how a game might actually have real-life influence. So, for example, in this project, and these are real-life projects from the Games Lab, how people can use games to explore gender. What do you guys think we can do to investigate something like this? What kind of methods will you guys go and use? That's an actual question. Maybe you ask people how they feel about playing games. Have they used them to explore gender? Did it work? And that's the kind of methods you use for this stuff. So as you kind of dive deeper into your topics, you understand that you have to have a research question, some hypotheses and methods attached to it, so you can actually go and answer those. For example, this one, really technical. You're making a system that uses a lot of AI to navigate 3D spaces in games. What do you think needs to happen in a project like that? Yeah, you have to play with AI models, make a game, test the thing, see if it works, do it and do it and do it again, till you finish. How about this one? What if you want to use an existing extra game, like an existing, say, the Nintendo game, and see if that helps people exercise in the early stages of pregnancy? What do you think you might have to do in a project like that? You don't have to create a thing. You don't have to go technical. You just have to get a whole bunch of switches and give it to pregnant women, see how they go. And that's exactly what these people did. So this one, lots of surveys and interviews. Of course, you have to define the audience for that. This one was making a huge game, well, not a huge game, but a game that used different models with different types of terrain and evaluating how the agent did every time and training it till it got really good. And that one was tricky because the audience was quite sensitive. So you have to go and get permission from the uni before you do any of these projects. But anyways, the point with this is we bought a whole bunch of Nintendos. We found these women, we gave them the thing, and we said, play these games only because those might be dangerous. Just play this, we'll see you in 20 weeks. And they did really well. All of these are valid projects, and this is the kind of stuff you might be able to do. One of the questions I get all the time is, how do I turn an idea into a project? Master's by research, PhD. It often goes from you having the idea, read a little bit about it, and then write what is it, why you want to do it, and how you're going to do it. Once you have that, and you explain in really simple terms, things that grandma can understand, that means you have a better understanding of the topic. Which means you can go to the supervisor, even before you even start, but this is when you approach the supervisor or the academic person and say, I have this idea, what do you think? And they'll be like, that's cool. So exactly what is it that you want to do with that? And that's when you go, I don't know. And then you kind of get into this process of identifying what the aim of the research is, what the questions are, and how you're going to accomplish this. So from this, you go to the questions, objectives. The objectives define the methodology and timeline of your project, and that's when you can see, oh, that's big, that's a PhD. That's big-ish. That can be a master's by research. And that's when you make a proposal and submit it. And this is what the journey might look like. This is a bit of a case study. So that's you in the first semester, doing a lot of reading. It's not fun, I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of reading. But then you can actually get some of those readings published. Because if you analyze a topic and investigate a topic really deeply and learn about it a lot, you can actually get this published as a literature review. So that's what this means, that's publishing. Second semester, you might actually spend time developing your technical skills to make a prototype. And that's when you make a plan for the remaining of the 2 years. Second year, you make that game. Semester number 4, you test it with humans, see how it works. And then you take some measurements, and that can be another publication. You can also write about it and share your findings with the community. Final year, you improve based on the feedback, develop the game a bit more, give it to people, take more measurements, and then you write about it again. And that becomes the final thesis, and you submit it. Simple, right? I mean, in a lot of cases, it looks like this. There's challenges, of course, there's long days, sometimes you might not sleep as well. Like anything in life, there's the good stuff and the bad stuff, and I'll touch on that a bit later. But it kind of looks like this. Now, every project is different. Every journey looks different. Not two PhD projects look the same. And that is when you have to have the advisor that helps you find the methods, helps you with the planning, helps you with the scoping, and that looks completely different to every person. Now, when you publish, or why you publish, publishing is important in academic life. That helps you build a profile as an academic, and that helps you also advance the field. So why do you publish? To get feedback. Because you don't publish like posting a thing on eBay. You just don't pay for the thing and it gets there. It gets assessed by experts in the field around the world, and they let you know if what you're publishing makes sense, or if the work that you're doing makes sense. If it makes sense, it gets published, it gets accepted. If it doesn't make sense, you just got to change the thing. It's about sharing your findings with the community, it's about advancing the field, and it's about creating new knowledge. And that's kind of the currency here, it's about the knowledge. What do you publish? It can be anything, really. I've seen papers that, the author hypothesized about the future of AI, and that got published. Because, that new theories can work, or for example, new methods or approaches to doing a thing, or for example, a snapshot of your project, which is the literature review stuff, or findings from your experiment. So for example, you developed this game that helps people with this thing, did a study, found that it was successful, you publish it. And there's different types of publications. So depending on the size of the work and depending on the contribution of the work, you might go with a paper, short paper, you might go with a full paper, you might go with a journal article. Everyone has a different kind of reward attached to your CV in a way. So if you publish a lot of those, it's good. If you publish a lot of those, not so good, but helps. And sometimes you gotta publish a little bit of everything. And sometimes you start from there and kind of move all the way to down here. So that's part of the process. Now, some of the good stuff. When you guys do a research degree, there's always that professional recognition attached to it, because then you're going to say, I'm Dr. Blah. That sounds cool. I mean, if you care about titles and stuff. But having that title, Masters by Research, Doctor, it helps with credibility. So when you apply for grants or go to, just trying to think of a good example. It kind of shows that you have the skills to research and to solve problems. It's not so much about I'm Dr. Jamie. It's about, this person knows what he's doing because he has experience doing research. It's about, you learn skills that are transferable. So from here, you can move on to, as Mitch said, industry jobs where you need to have a mindset in doing research stuff. You can travel the world doing this kind of work, because every time you submit a paper, you have to go and present that paper. So if the conference is happening in, say Italy, you have to go to Italy and talk about your paper. And that's how you kind of build this international profile. Some of the challenges, sometimes you might be a little overqualified for jobs. So if you go and try to get an IT job, for example, and say, I got a PhD, I don't think we can afford you, is the question you might get, the answer you might get sometimes. Sometimes because of you have a PhD, the salary scale is a bit higher, or sometimes because you're so specific in that thing you learned, you might not qualify for jobs outside of that. So it's something to keep in mind. It can be a bit of a lonely journey doing your PhD or doing your Masters by Research, but I mean that's on you as well. So if you engage with student clubs or you do social activities as complementary stuff, it's fine.
Can't you just say, not say that you have the qualification in terms of being over? Can't you just say that you don't have the qualification? Just not say that you don't. Just
lie about it.
disclose it. If you're applying.
Sure. Yeah. Can do that.
And there's no issues with
Yeah, that's fine. You can just not say it. Like, I'm not a doctor. No, that's fine. And then they'll find out, it's fine. Number 3, it's really important. You have to have the motivation. There's periods of the PhD or masters that you just feel like you just want to give up, and that's a normal feeling. But if the topic that you investigate, it's something you're passionate about, it helps you sort of push through those challenging days or challenging times. In terms of opportunities and question we get all the time, so how much can I make if I do a PhD and that kind of stuff? Well, this is public information, by the way. You can Google the salary scales on all the unis. That's more or less what you can get as you progress through your academic career, and I got a slide on how you move through that. You can apply for the grants that you like, on the topics that you like, get the funding for your projects, and that's quite rewarding when you get them. You lead the projects that you care about. Sometimes you get invited to be on teams, and you go like, that's not a project for me. No, I'm good. Or sometimes you can just go and say, hey, colleagues, I have this idea. Do you guys want to work with me on this? And they'll be like, yeah, let's do it. That's fun. Flexible schedule, as I said. And sabbaticals, that's something, I think this is one of the few industries where you have that. So in principle, every 3-4 years, you can go overseas and not do any teaching. And just build your network, do research, and the uni pays for it. Not the whole thing, but they pay for your flights, and they just kind of, you don't have to do that much teaching, which means you have time to go and refresh a little bit, reconnect with your research, and all the good stuff. Now, once you become an academic, and this is getting really specific on academic life in Australia, you kind of go through that, and that is a matter of you being disciplined, doing good stuff, spending the time, being passionate about what you do, doing a bit of service work for the uni as well. And over time, I mean, getting to a vice chancellor, that's tough, I'm not gonna lie. But you kind of go through all of these stages. So as a lecturer or associate lecturer level A, you're still a baby in the academic space. Then you get into the teenager space of, I'm teaching a lot of cool stuff. I run my subjects now. Then you get a bit more senior, and then you run a course, for example. And that's when you become a senior lecturer. Then you get into being an associate professor. That's when you can be, run your lab or be an associate head of school or one of those fancy titles. Or you get to professor, and often that happens, over time. And that's when you have people like the dean, the associate dean, the vice chancellor, all of those things. Now, being one of these doesn't mean you can do a couple of the above, or being in the middle doesn't mean you have to do all of the stuff there. But it's generally speaking what I notice with my colleagues and people I've seen in the uni. It's good stuff, can't complain, I like it. Now, if you guys are interested in some of the work we do in the Games Lab, I got a couple websites here. This is some of the projects we do in Serious Games for Health. And this is the more gamey, hardcore stuff. You can scan these codes. These codes actually work. It's not just a screenshot. So if you scan these codes, it'll take you to the website. It might just help you guys get ideas of topics that sometimes you just don't think about. And they can be PhD projects, they can be master's projects. So a simple idea can turn into something really special and can actually start your career in doing research stuff. I think I'm done now. Any questions, comments, concerns, regrets? Go.
Thank you. And if people do have questions, I'm going to give you the mic, firstly so you can feel fancy, but secondly so the stream can pick you up as well. So, any questions? Yeah.
Can you comment on the pressure to publish regularly?
Sorry?
The pressure to publish regularly as an academic, and also the casualisation, the increasing casualisation of academic positions and how that affects your ability to do research and continuity of career and all that sort of thing.
Yep. So all pressures for publishing, we have, each uni has different rules about this, but you have like benchmarks. You have benchmarks, meaning that at every level there is an expectation that you publish certain amount of articles. So, for example, maybe here, one paper a year might be good enough. And getting one paper a year, it's relatively simple in the sense that working with a PhD student will make that happen naturally. PhD students have to publish, master students have to publish. So if you are doing a bit of supervision there, the publication kind of happens organically. As you move through that and you get to, say, senior lecturer, associate professor, they might be expecting that you get 10 papers published a year. If you don't tick those boxes, it's okay, because they don't look at, this year you only had 9 papers published, not 10. Get out. Doesn't work like that. It's more like over the years we noticed that your performance have been going really down, and that's when things get serious. But it's always relative to the opportunity. What if, for example, you did a lot of engagement and leadership roles, which meant you couldn't spend much time on doing research? That actually happened to me. The uni said, Jamie, you're not publishing that much. I'm like, yeah, but I'm running this course and I'm doing this and I'm in the faculty helping with that. I'm like, okay, that's fine then.
And sorry, just to jump in, because I'm an associate lecturer, but I'm teaching intensive. So I'm not expected to publish as much because I spent all my time teaching. Yep. And I'm literally a baby.
Baby. That's one. On, what was the second topic? Yes, often you get casual support for like running tutorials and classes, projects and all that stuff. Not.
Your career, like you could become a victim of casualisation of the workforce.
I don't think I followed the question.
I might be able to comment.
Okay,
That's it. Sorry, because I've only just finished. I took 7 years to do my PhD, so I was a casual for all those years. And definitely, I think it's tough, like to get your foot in the door. There are a lot more protections around casualisation now than there were definitely when I started my PhD, and a lot more, I think, fantastic mentors and advisors kind of teaching you how to make the best of that process. I think we're both pretty lucky that we are at a particular risk of, say, losing our jobs and going back to the casualisation pool, but it's definitely something that we think about, and definitely has its own pressures.
On that, when you apply for grants, sometimes the grants pay for your salary, and that's how research-intensive people can stay active. So if you get a couple of grants, your salary comes from there, the uni have no reasons to get rid of you, because you actually bring in cash. So that sort of helps with the stability in the job. Good. Any more questions, guys? Comments, concerns, regrets?
I have a question.
Yep.
Could you tell us what your PhD work was on?
Sure. I mean, funnily enough, that is this slide. So my project was on helping older people stay active. So this is back in 2010, 2011. Kinect was brand new at the time. No one knew how to use it. And Microsoft released this XD, I think it was XNA plugin thing. And we looked into how we can help these people stay active and exercise and do all of this. So we created a game that used the Kinect. And there was research before this. It wasn't like brand new project, or it was, I guess the idea wasn't that new, but it was new in the sense that we kind of took it to the next level and made it really simple for people to use. And we used a lot of clinical research to make this game, and the game actually collected a lot of clinical data. So as the person was playing, the game was collecting real life clinical data that allowed us to say, oh, this person improved. So that's more or less how my journey went. I developed a game. We tested that game with humans to see if the game was able to collect reliable data. Then we made it a fun, big game and gave it to humans again. And then actually, it was an extra year after that. And we got into the craziness of doing a randomized clinical trial. So that's when you have a really big study and you have to get a lot of people to compare differences and all that. And so it was about that. It was about making that fun game.
Very cool. What a great time to be doing that as well, right? When Kinect is right there.
Yeah, I actually tried to sell that later and make it my startup, but it kind of didn't work. Microsoft discontinued the thing the same year. So, anyways, lots of challenges. And I should have a slide on this. Some PhD projects can actually turn into products that you can go and sell, and that happens quite often.
Do we have any other questions in the room? Yes, I'm going to come give you the fancy mic.
I wanted to ask that is there a right time to do PhD, or like does it make any difference that if I gain, let's say, industry exposure and then do a PhD versus doing masters and then immediately doing PhD? So does that create any sort of difference in how the grants work and everything?
It's interesting because often in the uni we get two spectrums of people that just finished uni, just did a master's and want to do a PhD and they're hungry for doing this stuff. But also we find people that had a life in industry and then came back and say, I want to try this research stuff and give it a go. You don't see that many like mid-career people doing a PhD unless it has something to do with what they do for work. Like for example, if you work at, CSIRO, and then there's a lot of research happening there, and then having the PhD helps you get promoted and helps you build the skills, then you do it. I feel like this is one of those, when it feels right, you do it, and there's a big time commitment, and there's also financial pressures on doing it, because as a PhD student, you're supposed to study full time, meaning that if you work on a site, it's just a little bit of work. Meaning that if you have kids, you have a mortgage, you have all of these financial responsibilities, you might struggle a bit. That's why if you do it in the early stages, it's easy, because in your 20s, not many of you have kids yet, or not many of you might have mortgage yet. And kind of life gets easier after that, or you do it much later. But you can do it any time, really. It all depends on your circumstances. Some people do it part-time as well, and it's fine.
That's why mine took 7 years. I did it part-time because I worked in industry and museums.
There you go.
Yeah. Any other questions, thoughts? Okay, well, you can see Jamie again in our education panel later this afternoon. But why don't we give another big round of applause?
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, I can't clap very well.
Thank you.
And we're just going to take a little bit of a break until 12. So you've got about 12 minutes. That time is your own, but I will expect everyone back. But yeah, definitely feel free to hang around while we set up the next paper as well. assume everything's all good with the stream. Excellent. Beautiful. So our next talk is by Bastien Ole. Yeah, I practiced. That's reflective of me and my inability to pronounce literally anything. Who is presenting today on using Godot for creating XR games and applications. Very exciting talk. I'm going to pass this one to you.
Thank you very much. We switch over.
Ooh, that's a good question. I should be able to do that.
Yeah. Oh, it's on there now.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Yay, my slides. Hello, everybody. Oh, just waiting just a second. Some more people coming in.
Yeah, just so if you just go like around this way, goes to the entrance.
All right, just waiting for a sec for everybody to sit down.
So, I told you you're popular.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Bastien Ole. We'll get started on this one. So, very quick, a little agenda of what we'll be talking about today. So obviously I'm going to introduce myself in a minute. I'm also going to introduce Godot. I'm hoping that everybody here has heard about it before, but I will give a little introduction about what Godot is and where we stand in the market today. And obviously I'll talk a little bit about XR support in Godot. That is my main thing that I work on within the game engine. And I'll do a little demonstration to actually show how it all works. All right. So, who am I? My name is Bastien Ole. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I moved to Sydney about 18 years ago, hence I am here giving this presentation. I'm also the lead XR developer at the Godot Foundation. So I actually built the original VR support in the engine, and now am part of a team of people who are working on making VR support and AR support in the engine possible. I'm also a board member on the Godot Foundation. The Godot Foundation is an organization that sort of oversees the development of Godot. So, yeah, I'm part of that leadership, and we just make sure that everything sort of rolls smoothly. We have a number of people that we actually employ that work on the engine, but most of the engine is done by volunteers, so, yeah. I'm also an individual contractor for the OpenXR working group. Sounds special, but it basically means that I'm involved in the OpenXR working group, helping out, sort of giving our view on the OpenXR development and how certain APIs come together. We don't really have any further say in it, but it's a lot of fun to be a part of that and sort of sit on that front row and have our voice heard. I am also, whoops, that was in the way for me. I'm also a full-time contributor within the Godot engine, so I actually work for the foundation. I'm not just a board member, but I actually work on that, doing XR development full-time. And as I said, I'm currently based out of Sydney, Australia. So, Godot itself, well, no surprise, is a game engine in the same sense of Unity and Unreal and many other game engines that are out there today. It was originally developed by Juan Linetsky and Ariel Manzur, two guys from South America, who decided at some point in 2014 to open source the engine. Now, probably not many people realize the history didn't start at 2014. There's actually a fairly long history before that. Juan and Ariel worked on many games, but for the South American market, developed a number of engines over the years that they eventually licensed out to other developers within South America. And then around 2014, that sort of died down a little bit, and the version of the engine that they were working on at that point in time, they rebranded to Godot, and they decided, let's open source this and see how that goes. And yeah, after that, everybody has been able to follow what we are doing. So open source means that everybody can access the source of this engine. Everybody can help work on the engine. We have a very open community. There are literally thousands of people around the world working on this engine and fixing bugs, adding new features, etc., etc. And one important part of that is that we are MIT licensed. And this is the thing that a lot of people get wrong and a lot of people don't understand, is yes, it's open source, but a lot of people immediately think like, oh, does that mean that if I make a game in this engine, that I need to give my game out for free as well? Do I need to give my source away because it's an open source engine, so I need to make an open source game? Under MIT license, that is not the case. You can build whatever you want in Godot, you can modify Godot to your heart's content, and what you do with it is yours. You don't need to share it, you don't need to give it to anybody. The only thing that Godot asks is that you give attribution to Godot. You include the Godot license in your project just to let people know that you're using it. The other thing that we are very proud of is that Godot has a fairly small footprint. Is there any water, by the way?
I can go get you some.
Sorry, my throat's getting dry. Excuse me for that. So Godot has a very small footprint. It's literally, I think at this point in time, an 80 megabyte download. Depending on what platforms you target, you might need to download some templates. The total size, if you get all the templates included, I think we're at about 1 gigabyte right now. But that is if you do everything. If you export to the web and export to all sorts of devices, etc., etc. Godot is also written in C++. The whole engine is a C++ engine. And yeah, it's something that we're quite proud of that we've kept that going. Finally, we originally built Godot 4, the latest version that we have, based on the Vulkan GPU language. So for our graphics pipeline, but today we support DirectX, we support OpenGL, and very importantly, we support Metal on all the Apple hardware. So we're a Metal native engine. And as a result, Godot works everywhere. And yeah, this is something that has grown a lot over the years, and again has also been a subject of some contention. As you can see, there's a whole bunch of things listed on the right: Windows, Mac OS, Linux, iOS, Android, web. We've got Meta there, we've got Steam Frame there, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, Android XR. Most of those work out of the box. There's a few that you need third-party tools for, but most of these all work out of the box. And we're one of the few engines where the editor itself, where the ability to develop the games is actually also possible on most of these platforms. Like the latest ones that thank you so much.
Oh, good.
Excuse me for a second. The latest edition of that, or one of the latest additions to that we're very proud of, is that Godot actually, the editor works on Android. On your Android phone, or specifically, or probably better, on your Android tablet, you can download Godot straight from the Play Store, and you can develop your application or your game directly on the tablet. You don't need a PC if a tablet is what you've got access to. Also really wonderful if you're just on the go, because you can obviously share your project between a PC and an Android device. Not on this list, but very important in that same breath, is the editor also actually works on iOS. The problem that we have is that there's a couple of rules with Apple that we couldn't play by, but there is a third party who has created a fork of Godot called Xodot, if I pronounce it correctly, where you can actually run the full editor on an iPad, and it is also adjusted to the whole Apple UI, which is really, really cool. But we had to have a third party involved with that. Just some interesting rules around. Sorry, my microphone is on this thing, so I have to make sure that is pointing the right way. So there was just some rules that we couldn't play by, and someone else did that work, which is really cool. And again, like I said, it's open source, so you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to fork the engine, make your own version out of it, and in this case, even sell it on the Apple Store. And we're sort of, yeah, that's fine. Do that. Have fun with it. The other thing in that line is, as we're saying here, is we actually have the editor also running on the XR device itself. So you can install the Go editor like on a Quest or on a Galaxy XR device, and you can actually develop inside of the headset. I don't think I'll have enough time today to demonstrate that, but it is a very cool capability. we originally sort of went like, is this going to be a gimmick? But there's actually people who are using that day to day to develop their applications with. So very, very possible solution. The other thing that's not on this list, but that I can now happily say is being merged into master and will be available in the next release of Godot, is we now have full Vision OS and Vision Pro support. So you can now develop on those devices as well. And one of the things that kind of makes that special is that a project that you build for a Quest or for an Android XR device with minor changes will work on an Apple Vision Pro. And whatever device Apple will come up next whenever they announce things. I have no idea what they have in the pipeline, but I'm assuming that eventually there'll be something new. The other thing which is really cool is Apple themselves are involved there, and they have built also RealityKit support. So RealityKit is a version of Apple Vision Pro support where the application works together with the other applications that are running in a shared environment. That is where the Apple Vision Pro takes over the rendering instead of us doing the rendering for you. And again, the same thing applies there. That's been done in such a way that something that you build to run on a Quest or on a Galaxy SR or anything else will, for the most part, just work on the RealityKit version. Small changes that are needed, but for the most part, it just runs. The other thing that I wanted to quickly name, even though that's not really XR related, is I do have the consoles on here. Consoles is another topic that is often, questioned by people. We currently, as the foundation, do not offer console ports because of the licensing requirements that consoles have, the NDAs that you need to sign, and the rules by which they play. However, for a long time, through third parties, those console ports are available. We're even now at a point where there are open source versions of many of the console ports. You have to be, you have to have an NDA with Sony or Nintendo to get access to those. And there are, additional people not directly associated with the foundation working on those, but they are available. So if that is important to you, it is there. It's just a little bit less visible because we from the foundation can't directly offer that, at least not currently. The only thing that I can't right now say that we have is PlayStation VR support. I hope that we're going to have that soon. There are people working on it. Right now, today, if you are interested in XR and you want to publish on PlayStation VR, Godot is still not there. But we're coming. Now the other thing which is really interesting about Godot as an open source project, as something where you can just download the source and compile it and run with it, we have no idea who's using it. We don't do any sort of telemetry, we don't do any sort of measurement. So for us, we need to look at other sources to get a bit of an idea about how popular Godot is and how much Godot is being used. And a really great way to know about that is SteamDB. So SteamDB is a website that tracks all the games that are released in Steam, tries its best to figure out what game engine it's made with. It's not 100% accurate, but these are the numbers that it comes up with. And one thing that I found very interesting is the one game in 2012, 2 years before Godot is open source. So it gives you a bit of an idea that Godot has existed before 2014. And we can see that at the beginning, there are just a couple of games coming out every year. And in 2025, we hit almost 1,400 titles being released on Steam. And today, in August, I made the screenshot about a week ago, we are already on 1,172 games released on Steam. So probably we're going to hit the 1,800 games this year. There's a really good growth there. The other thing that we were very pleased with is the GMT Game Jam that was held not that long ago. And for the first time, Godot was the most used game engine during that game jam. We nearly got 50% of the games being made with Godot, which we think is pretty damn cool. The other place where you could get a bit of a feel about the popularity of Godot is itch.io. If you look at there, I didn't have a screenshot because I ran out of room on my page. But you can often, if you check in the number of releases every week, Godot and Unity are often just swapping between the first and second place. So we're really neck to neck on Unity when it comes to those type of games. finally, just to round off our general talk about Godot, here's just a handful of randomly picked popular titles that Godot has. Obviously, we're going to start with Slay the Spire, probably the best-selling Godot game so far. But there are a number of other titles on here that are doing very well, or in other ways have made, a lot of popularity. I put Swords and Sandals on there, a homegrown Australian game. Dog Walk here in the middle is a game that actually was made as a tech demo by Blender. So Blender is doing some cool things. That, by the way, Apple showed off at WDCC running on an Apple Vision Pro. It's very cool. You could control the whole game. It was just sitting on the table and you could do things with it. I was very impressed by that. And that's just something that they did. The other one that's one of my personal favorites is Road to Vostok. More for the story than anything else, the development story behind that. If you look it up, it is really cool. Just a person who decided to make a game, made a plan, started in Unity, and after a year decided to switch over to Godot. And then a couple of months ago, finally released the game. It's a wonderful story to follow. I'm not very good at it, I'll say that. But it is one of the games where a lot of people, before that game out sort of said, Godot can't possibly do a game like that. And he proved everybody wrong, which I thought was really, really cool. So, when we look at Godot XR support itself, like I said, I was originally behind the first steps there. Godot didn't have VR support when I discovered Godot. I wanted to get into VR, so I figured, might as well, it's open source, might as well give it a try. And I probably started at the end of 2016 to sort of work with that. And then all through 2017, that work became shared with the community. People started getting interested in it, we started to get feedback. And a couple of revisions later, by 2018, when we released Godot 3.0, we had our initial VR support in Godot. That was in those days based on OpenVR, which is SteamVR, and Oculus's own PC client. Those were the first ones that we did. And we did it in a way that they were plugins to the engine. So there were a lot of changes in the core of the engine to make VR possible, but because of the licensing, the restrictions that we have as an open source engine, we decided to make that functionality available through plugins. In 2021, we made the move to OpenXR. So we just kept supporting the initial versions, but we switched to OpenXR because OpenXR started to get popular, and specifically because Meta at that point announced that they wanted to move away from their own APIs and started adopting OpenXR for the early Quests that were available back in those days. So that was with Godot 3.3, our first OpenXR version. And then, can't actually remember exactly when Godot 4 came out. I did not put a date on my slides, which was really dumb. But eventually in Godot 4, we decided to make OpenXR a core feature of the engine. So you no longer need a plugin to use XR in Godot, it just works out of the box. There's a couple of asterisks there. For the most part, it just works out of the box. The other thing that Godot got at that point in time, and I think in the late Godot 3 versions and then eventually in Godot 4, is we also support WebXR. So WebXR is another API, but that allows you to give XR applications through the web. They run in a browser, they go fully immersive, and that works as well. There are some asterisks on those though, because some of the hardware doesn't actually support some of the features that we need. So it works really well, for instance, on a Quest, but we're still having some problems on like a Pico or a Vision Pro. But we are working on resolving those. OpenXR, however, is our flagship. That is where all the focus lies. WebXR is nice that we have it. As already said, Apple Vision Pro support is in development. When I wrote this slide, it was still in development. Now that I'm here, I can say it's actually been merged. It's coming in 4.8. That is completely official now. Our plugin structure still exists. So even though OpenXR is our native solution, we still allow other APIs. So we still have an OpenVR plugin, even in Godot 4. There are still people who prefer using OpenVR over OpenXR. And another example of a plugin that is relatively popular is the Tilt 5 set of AR headsets. So we have support for those as well. Now, one of the things that I am really proud of is that we have a really cool community on Discord. So Godot has an official Discord server. The link is on the screen there. We have a XR channel there, and there is a nice group of people who are always willing to help new people. So if you want to get into the XR side of Godot, that's a really good starting point and sort of go like, hey, can I get some help here? There's some really cool people there that will always offer help. I'm personally behind a project called Godot XR Tools, which is a toolkit that implements a whole bunch of higher level XR functionality, things like how to pick up objects, how to move around in XR, how to interact with things. That is a GDScript based toolkit, so Godot natively supports a scripting language called GDScript. Most people use that. However, there's a lot of people coming from Unity who prefer C# and use the C# capabilities in Godot. There are a number of C# toolkits available as well. But for me, the focus has always been on XR Tools. I made it and together with a couple of other people, so yeah, gotta be proud of my own creations. So like I said, OpenXR is standard in the core with an asterisk. And the asterisk is that we support all the core OpenXR features. So all the multi-vendor features, EXT and KHR features, the thing that everybody is supposed to support in their headsets. Every headset manufacturer is allowed to make additions to that. They can create their own APIs in OpenXR, and we've decided to implement those in a plugin. And that's purely to sort of keep our core implementation clean, because as things get standardized, those vendor versions start disappearing. We don't want to start slashing things out of the engine. It's easier to do that with a plugin. The other thing that we are quite proud of, that screenshot on the right is taken from a website that tracks the extensions that are actually implemented for each game engine. And right now, Godot implements the most of them. So we're neck on neck with the other ones. It's small change. We're at the forefront of a few things. But it is still something that we're quite proud of, that we have such a large coverage of OpenXR. Basically, if something's possible in OpenXR, it's likely that Godot supports it. The other thing that's really interesting, and I think this is especially for people who are considering doing XR things, not just in Godot, but everywhere. The VR gaming industry is a little bit in a low at the moment, especially after Meta closed a number of studios. Everybody's a little bit uncertain. I personally believe that there's still a really good market out there. There are tens of thousands of quests out there that you can target. We are seeing that there's still a number of VR games that are very successful and selling really well, but it is a very unsure market right now. What people are, however, forgetting, it's not the only market in XR. Games are just the ones that everybody knows about. So education, research, and I forgot to put on here, enterprise are three areas where VR and AR are still going very strong. There's a lot of research being done right now where people are using XR to do everything from trying to figure out, okay, how can you interact with robotics and things like that? How can, psychological uses are people are doing psychological research with XR because you can put people into, a virtual environment and see how they react, see how they cope. On enterprise, we see a lot of use cases around training and education as well. So yeah, there's a lot of places that are still growing in XR outside of games. So very important, I think, that there's a wide possibility there. Godot is becoming more and more interesting in those areas because of the fact that Godot is free. This is something that a lot of these institutions are getting really interested in because it takes a big part of the cost of doing things in XR away. And Godot is actually really suitable for those sort of environments. So we're really seeing some growth there. Games-wise, I don't have a really big slide on games, mostly because There are a number of things in development, but they are not out yet. But also, again, the downside of Godot being open source and us not having telemetry, very often we don't learn about a game that was made in Godot, or we learn about the game, but we don't learn about the fact that it was made in Godot. But these are a few nice examples. On the left at top, there is a game that is sort of like Papers, Please, but then in VR and in a intergalactic setting. Endoparasitic was a very popular 2D game that a very well-known Godot developer made. And he decided to make a VR version of it, which is a 3D version. It's a really interesting port, really well made, really interesting mechanics, scary as hell, so play it only if you have a strong heart. My favorite one, which is not out yet, the right top, is called Penguin Festival. This is a game being made by a solo developer who originally worked with a company called Alchemy, who are behind Job Simulator and Rick and Morty and those sort of games that he worked on. He's now bringing that knowledge and experience to the game that he's making in Godot, and he's become sort of a celebrity in our environment because the things that he does are things that everybody thought were impossible. So look it up. It's incredibly cute, and I'm really looking forward to it coming out. I believe that we're looking at something like early next year. Don't hold me to that because I don't know for sure, but that's what I have in my head. The left bottom is another horror game that I forgot the name of, but it's made by a prominent person within our community. He's been working on that for the last year, and it's going to be interesting to see what that comes out. D-Day VR Museum is fairly big on Steam. It's a VR experience. Like the name says, it's a museum where you can go through, a virtual museum that shows you all sorts of things about D-Day. So you learn about the liberation of Europe and stuff like that. And then finally, a game that you can already play that's out on most devices is Augmental Puzzles. And it's a game that I wish a lot more people try out because it's Sudoku, and people sort of go, why would I play a Sudoku game? It's actually incredibly well made. They started with Sudoku, but they're putting a whole bunch of other puzzles in there, and it's a lot of fun to actually play that in VR. So quite happy that is a game that we have in our lineup. So, with that, I just wanted to go through a quick demonstration about setting up a Godot project and running it on a couple of devices in a few modes. Now, this is not going to be anything special. I don't have the time to build a whole level out of anything, so we're going to keep it very simple. But I just wanted to show how easy it is to get started and to work with it. With that, we need to see if we can switch microphones to the one over here.
It should be on already, but double.
Testing. Yeah, that works. And hopefully that one will work as well. So, hopefully everybody can still hear me properly. So, just to start with, that's our website, GodotEngine.org, and obviously, everything starts with just downloading the engine. Now, obviously, I've already got it downloaded on my computer, but I just wanted everybody to see, it's front and center on the website. You just go to the download page and you download Godot. And like I said, it's like an 80 megabyte download. Hardly takes an effort. You unzip the zip file. I'll quickly actually show that if I can quickly find it. I think I put it in documents. Yes, I did. So unzipped, it's 180 megabytes. It's a little bit larger unzipped. But that's literally all that Godot is, a single exe file. The second exe file just gives you a console output, but that's the one that you would normally use. And that's all, no big installation or anything like that. So I've already created a project that I will open in a minute, and I've only done that to save me a whole bunch of download times for some of the components that we need. But if you would start from scratch, you would go to Create, you would give it a folder, you would give it a name, and then you got the selection of which renderer to use. Don't make noise. There we go. So we currently support 3 renderers. Forward Plus is a high-quality, desktop-focused rendering engine. You can use it for PC VR if you want to, but I would not recommend it unless you have a really powerful PC. but it's really the option that you would use if you're making a high quality normal Godot game. The mobile renderer is the one that we currently use and have started advising to people who are in the XR market. It is a Vulkan-based renderer that is slightly less demanding than the Forward Plus renderer and has a lot of optimizations built in, specifically for XR and specifically for standalone devices. Finally, our compatibility renderer is an OpenGL-based renderer. We've been recommending that for years for XR work. We've only recently with 4.7, which is a version of Godot that you're seeing here. That's the first one that we've actually started recommending people switch to the mobile renderer. Simply because OpenGL, again, it's a simpler renderer. It does things a little bit more efficiently in some ways, but it's also much more restricted in what it can do. So for our project today, we chose mobile. Like I said, I've already created a project simply to make sure that I don't have to download a whole bunch of things. So that's Godot. Very cool. We need to do a little bit of housekeeping. Which what is this even? Oh, that's from the network, I guess. I was wondering why that popped up. So when we look at Godot, this is our main interface that we work with. And before we even start writing code or building anything, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping if we want to do an XR project. So we're going to start with going to project settings, and we scroll all the way down to where we find the XR section. And then here in shaders, we just need to enable that. So this is because Godot requires a number of extra shaders compiled for stereoscopic rendering. We don't want everybody to have those versions of Godot. It just slows you down for if you're making a different type of game. So obviously we've made that optional. And the other thing, and again, this is when you are choosing to use OpenXR as the interface to your XR device, you obviously need to enable OpenXR. Now, if you're on Vision Pro or if you are doing WebXR, then obviously you don't need to enable this or make this an optional enable. But for us right now, that is what we do need to do. Other than that, we're going to leave most of these settings alone. We're going to come back here a little bit later for another little thing that I want to show off. But basically, all the defaults are fine to get started. It is nice to go through all the options because it gives you a little bit of an idea of what Godot supports. We do, by default, enable a whole bunch of optimization options. And again, there's no real reason to turn them off. They're on by default. But there can be reasons for not doing that. Now, unfortunately, when we change those, Godot does force us to do a restart, which is why I wanted to do that first before we did anything else. So, when we want to make an XR game, we need to start thinking about, well, to a limited extent, where we're going to be deploying our XR game. And that kind of also depends on what is the device that you're developing on. So, I'm working on Windows right now, and that's specifically because Windows does have the best support for a lot of things. Because I always recommend to anybody who wants to do XR work is start with running your XR application on your desktop and use a streaming tool if you have a standalone device to stream the output to the device. Or, for headsets that are connected directly to your computer, obviously they work that way directly. And the reason I'm saying that is, as you'll soon see when we set up our first project, is that running through making changes and testing your application is near instantaneous when you are working in PC VR mode. While when we later on start deploying on the device itself, there is a delay between, you've made a change, you now need to build a version, you need to push the version to your device and run it. So if you're going through a whole bunch of cycles of debugging and developing, you really slow yourself down. Now, the reason that I really make a point of that as well is, like I said, on Windows, that's very straightforward. Everybody has Steam. SteamVR has currently got support for almost every device. You can download Steam Link on your Quest. You can download Steam Link on your Galaxy XR. You can download Steam Link even on your Apple Vision Pro now, if I'm not mistaken. And you can connect it up to an instance of SteamVR and run it in PC VR mode. But that is if you're on Windows. If you're on Linux, it gets a little bit more difficult. You can use SteamVR for a limited number of devices that support Linux, mostly like an HTC Vive or a Valve Index. But a lot of other devices don't actually work out of the box. You will need additional things. So there are a couple of options that you can go through. One is ALVR, which is another type of streaming system, and then Wyvern is the other option that you have on Linux. But you can do all the development that I'm doing right now on Linux, no problems. Mac is the other option that a lot of people use. A lot of people use MacBooks. There it gets a little bit more tricky because Apple has kind of not decided to get into the PC VR game. They do now have a way to stream from Mac to an Apple Vision Pro, but it's specifically for Mac-based development. There is now a third-party OpenXR runtime for Mac that allows you to stream to an Apple Vision Pro, so it is becoming possible, but it is one of the things where Macs are a little bit more hindered. In the long run, that is why I've chosen to use Windows, because my life becomes easier. Now for today's experiment, we are going to use Metalink. I'm a big fan of Steam Link, so I generally use Steam Link, but just to keep things simple, I am going to use Metalink to do the PC VR thing. So we need to now start setting up our project a little bit more, and like I said, we're going to keep it really, really simple. So we have an empty project here. I need to create our first scene. Now Godot organizes everything that you do in what they call scenes. And in this case, we are making our main scene, the scene that gets started, get loaded when your game starts. That's where life of your application or game begins. You can add anything that you want into that scene, but it is normally, it's a normal thing to do to actually break up your game into smaller scenes that you load into your main scene or reusing your main scene, especially if you have like enemies, you want to create one scene for your enemy, and then you got 15 copies of that scene running in your game, one for each enemy. It's comparable to prefabs for those people who are coming from Unity. It's not the same. It has a lot of structural differences, but it is in the same sort of line of things. I like to always rename this to main, and I always like to save it early, so I'm just going to go and save that as my main scene. So this is just a node. Everything is organized in nodes in Godot, and nodes are sort of little building blocks, like little Lego blocks that give you all sorts of little functionality. Now, for my main node here, it's called the normal node 3D. You can see that over here. It tells you it's a node 3D. That's a node that's just a placeholder or an organizational thing. It doesn't really do anything. But what you can see is, and I hate this little trackpad, so hopefully I can do it like that. What you can see is that we have this empty scene here with a nice background, and we should have a sun over here. And this is one of the other things that I always like to sort of point out for anybody who's beginning with Godot. Because we are dividing up our project into multiple scenes, most scenes will not have their own lighting. So that is why the editor is providing us with the default light so that we can actually see what we're working on. But there is currently no lighting in my scene. So if I would run this, I would see nothing because there's no light. Now luckily there's a shortcut, because usually you have one scene in your environment, or one part per level where you're setting up your lights and things like that. Luckily there is an easy way through this little drop down menu to create the environment and the light in our scene. So the environment controls the background, the light controls your sun, and now this scene does have lighting. So now if we run it, we will actually see something. The other thing that we need to add, this is then specific to XR work, is life in XR starts with what is called the origin node. And the origin node is a really important node to understand. This is what a lot of people get wrong when they are starting out with XR development. A lot of people think that this is where your player is, but it's not. The origin point is a point in space that all the tracking relates to. So the point in space is somewhere in your room. It'll stick there, it'll be there. You can move it around in a virtual space so that you can create movement, but it maps a physical location somewhere in your room to your virtual space. And where that location is really depends on a bunch of settings and what you've done, and it can even depend on the headset that you're using. So for anybody who's got XR or VR experience, especially if you're in Steam, you may know that the first thing that you do when you're new is you put on your headset and you're instructed to paint a boundary on the floor, which is then the space that you are playing in. And generally, the XR origin in the default settings is right in the middle of that boundary that you create. But there are a whole bunch of things that can override that. I'm not going to go into that. We'll be busy until tonight. But it is important to know that that is what that origin point is. It is that reference location from here's the center of my space to where everything is tracked. Now the second thing that we need, once we now have defined our origin point, is we need to know where our headset is. Now, in a 3D environment, we normally add a camera. And when we look for camera, we can see that there's a special version of the camera called the XR camera. And for the game, this is just a camera. For XR, there's a couple of special things that are happening now that we have added that node in. The first thing is that this camera will control to make sure that you're rendering everything in stereo and that everything is correct for each eye. So you don't have to worry about all the technical details of how that happens. That's all taken care of you behind the scenes. But it's the XR camera that sort of makes that happen. The other thing is, as you move your headset through your room, while you're wearing it, the XR system is constantly figuring out where is this headset in relation to that origin point. And as it tracks that, as it moves through that space, it is going to update the location of that camera in your game so that it matches the movement that you're physically doing. And this is where a lot of people get confused, because I do like to always give this actually a default position, just so that things in my game look in the place where they're supposed to be. It just makes it easier to recognize things instead of having the camera on the floor. This position means nothing to the game, because the moment that the game starts, this position is overwritten by the position that the tracking system determines. And again, also for when you then build your game, a lot of people get it wrong because now the player moves somewhere and you use your controller and you push your joystick forward, you want to move the player forward. A lot of people sort of go, oh, now I need to move my camera because that's what I'm used to in normal games. Well, you can't. You can't change the position of the camera because it will just be written back to where the headset really is in relationship to your origin point. So you need to start doing some trickery. Again, that trickery goes beyond the time that we have today, but it is important to be aware of. You start moving your origin point around at that point in time. You need to do a little bit of extra work to make sure it moves correctly so that your player moves. Okay, so with our origin point in place, with our camera in place, we have all the basic structure of our scene for a very, very, very simple VR game. We just need a few lines of code to actually make it work. So that's something that we're going to add to our main node. We have an option here to create a script on our main node. There we go. And then in our ready function, this is a function that is run once when your scene is loaded. We are going to add a little bit of code to make this all work. We're going to call into the XR server, which is an internal system of Godot to interface with the XR system. And we're going to find the interface for our OpenXR session. And now we're going to check if we can find that interface, or if you have found that interface. And we're going to check if that interface was successfully initialized. So because we ticked that enable OpenXR tick box, OpenXR actually starts immediately when Godot starts. There's some really weird things about OpenXR requiring ownership over our rendering pipeline. So OpenXR is the exception to the rule, where OpenXR needs to start first and the rest comes later. So that is why in this case we are assuming that it's already initialized, that that's already happened automatically, but we're just checking whether that is the case. Now the other thing that I need to do here is I need to call a function called getViewport. and that gets our viewport. Now, our viewport is the main rendering output of Godot. And by default, the viewport is configured to just output things to the screen. We can output something different to the screen than what we're outputting to the headset, so we might have an additional viewport that controls our headset. I'm not going to do that, too much work today. If we want to use the main one, however, we do need to tell the main viewport that it is the main viewport, simply by turning useXR to true. And that is all the code that we need to get started. There's a whole bunch more things that we can do, but this is the bare minimum that we need to get everything running. So let me quickly start up QuestLink. Hopefully it wants to work. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. So when you are using PCVR mode, we should be getting a preview screen so that you guys can see what it is that I am seeing. Oh, I also need to make sure that our main scene becomes our default scene. So there we go. There we go. Why is that going here? Did it stop? You're running. Let's start you again. Why is it staying in Steam? Live demos, they always go wrong when you don't want them to.
Doing better than I would do, don't I?
Alright, I'm just going to restart QuestLink because I can see the QuestLink environment, but it is now not. Oh, hold on. Ah, okay. The error is right on the screen. This is what I get for. I will explain in a second. Let me just restart this. Because when I was preparing our presentation yesterday, the last thing that I did was actually work on Android XR. So it's actually trying to start everything on Android instead of starting it on here. So it gives me a moment actually to show this off. Why can I not go to settings here? No. That is probably because I am in Steam Link here now. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to start you again after I do this. I think my headset is locking up this. So let's just start that normally. Link. Horizon Link. Can I now go there? Yeah, now it works. Okay, so really quickly, in general here, I can go down to OpenXR runtime and I can say, I actually want to use this as my OpenXR runtime. The other thing that I wanted to point out while I'm in here anyway is you also need to make sure that this option is turned on, the developer runtime features. So without that on, MetaLink works sort of in its old capacity as a Oculus Rift environment. With that on, and there's a whole bunch of other options that you can turn on here, you actually enable things that are specific to a Quest. So hence that I needed to put that on. All right, now can I finally demo this? Apologies for that. All right. Okay, so now if I run this, yay, now we get to actually look around. Now, the downside of this, of course, is there's not much to see here. There should be a sun there, but that is the empty environment that we have here. But like I said, we are working at the most basic option. There we go. So let's add a little bit more just so that we can see some more. And what I want to do right now is I want to show off that I can actually track my hands inside of the headset. So we go back to project settings and we go back to OpenXR. because this functionality is optional in OpenXR. And we're going to go and turn on hand tracking. So without hand tracking turned on, we can track our controllers, but we cannot track our hands. Those are actually two separate systems within OpenXR. Now, there is some mix between them. So one of the other two things that we need to enable here is these two very confusingly named options. The first is unabstracted data source. We're actually determining where are we going to get our hand tracking data from. And when I enable that, I'm basically telling the device, I actually want to track my physical hands. So this is where the cameras are recognizing where my hands are, and it's feeding that information back into the game engine so that I can use those. The other one that I want to turn on is controller data source, which allows me to actually use my controllers. But now it is going to give me hand information based on where my controller is. So it will detect if I'm pressing buttons, and it will animate my hand as a result of that. Again, everything is tracked in relation to our origin node, so we're going to add functionality for this to our origin node. And the first thing that we are going to add is, and actually, if I just do that, because I wanted to show this, I'm going to use an XR Node 3D. Now note that there is an XR Controller 3D, so if I want to do actual functionality in tracking the controller itself and getting inputs from the controller, I will be using that. But just for this demonstration today, I just want to show off the hand tracking, so I can use a normal XR Node 3D. I'm going to call that for left hand, for my left hand. Come on, left hand. And I need to make sure that over here, where my selected node is displayed, my properties for that, I need to make sure that I'm using my left hand tracker data source here. Both can be default, and I like to tick that one. That just means that if I don't have tracking data, I'm not actually going to show my hand, else my hand is just going to float somewhere in space because it doesn't have tracking data. Now I need to do a second one for the right hand. Come on. I'm not used to this keyboard. I usually don't work on this laptop. So in this case, I need to link that to the right hand, and I'm going to enable, again, that I'm only showing it when it is tracking. Now, at this point in time, those things are just placeholders that sort of obtain the tracking data. They don't actually show anything. So if I would run this, I would still not, even though my hands would be tracked, I'm not seeing any hands. Now luckily, I already prepared some assets for that. So I've got a left hand here, and I've got a right hand here. And now, if I zoom in on here, we'll see that those hands are just on the floor there. Again, they're going to be positioned by the tracking, but I like, just for the visual side of this, I like to position them somewhat more sensible. So I'm doing that on that XR node. If I position the actual hand, I would have everything offset. I need to change the position of the node itself. And you can see that I've done this quite a lot of times because I know these figures out of the, what's the expression? I know them by default. There we go. So now we can see that our hands are actually there. They are rendered, but at this point in time, all that I'm doing is I'm tracking my hands, and I'm going to position, and I'm also always going to be looking like this. I actually want my fingers to move. So there's one more thing that we need to do, and for that, we need to tick this editable tick box thing that shows us actually how that hand is constructed. So there's a couple of nodes there that make that node render. The skeleton, we can see, is the bone structure of the hand, or armature if you're a Blender developer or a Blender modeler. And all that we need to do here is we need to add a modifier to that. So we have a modifier called the XR hand modifier, and that is a node that takes the tracking data, that figures out what the position of my fingers are, and applies it to our hand model. So I put that there, and again, I need to make sure that that is obviously linked to either the left hand or the right hand. So for the left hand, that's correct. But for the right hand, I need to repeat that. There we go. I hope I'm running out of time. I hope you don't mind if we go a few minutes over. Anyway, I've linked that to the right hand over here. So that should be everything that I need to do. So when I run this, there we go. I can now see my hands. I hope you guys can see that too. I don't think so. All right. So that at least means that I can actually show something. We now have our hands floating around, but now we're still using everything on our PC. What we obviously want to do is actually deploy our game on the device itself. So for that, we need to do a few more steps. I'm going to try and rush through this a little bit, but the first thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we have the right export templates available to do this. So we can see here under Android, and if they are not installed, you will be able to find them in this list above, and you'll be able to select them and then click on install all templates, and it will download those templates. The ones that we need in order to deploy to a Quest, because a Quest is an Android device, is the Android templates. And don't worry about the fact that there's 3 of them there. Just click on them, it'll download them, and we will be using the right ones. So obviously, this version doesn't have it yet, but if you're targeting Apple Vision Pro, then you will see the Vision OS option in the templates under iOS here. If you want to do something with WebXR, you will need the web templates, etc., etc. I did download the Linux ARM64 templates here, just for fun for those people who are looking forward to the Steam frame that is hopefully going to be released soon, but this allows you to run Godot natively on a Steam frame. The other option, again, is Steam Frame supports Android applications, so you can also go down the Android path that we're about to show, but the native version is slightly faster, in my opinion. So very happy that we support that. So with those templates downloaded, you also need to install Android Studio and a JDK 17 SDK. Obviously that is not something that I'm going to show, but those instructions are on our website. They are all already installed on this laptop, but you do need those. And with that, under editor settings, if you scroll all the way down here to Android, you will see that it asks for the paths where those are installed. Now, it auto detects nowadays the Android SDK, but you do still need to point the Java SDK to wherever you have installed the Java SDK. I've installed the Eclipse version of Java here. You can also do OpenJDK, although this might be the same. I'm not quite sure. I haven't really followed that. But the most important thing is you have to download version 17. Don't download one of the newer ones. If you download one of the newer ones, it won't work with Godot. It needs to be specifically version 17. Don't ask me why, but that is a dependency that we have. So with all those things set up, we now go to Projects, and we go to Export. And we're going to go and set up an export template here. That also reminds me, let me quickly go and close Horizon Link because we're no longer using that. So I'm going to set up a Android template for Quest, and I'm going to tick this little tick box here called Gradle Build. This is a more advanced way of building an Android application in Godot. There is a slimmed down version that sort of works with pre-built APKs that are very nice if you're just making a simple game. Fortunately for XR, we need to pull in components that does not make that possible. Therefore, we're using the Gradle build. Most of these things can stay the way they are. It does complain about the name here, so I'm just... Why? Keep right-clicking on this with this trackpad. Godot engine.xr demo. Okay, so now that warning goes away that says, oh, your name is not correct. It's actually taking the name from my project settings, and because I've got spaces and it's a very long name, it doesn't like it. So, small thing to do. But the thing that is important is over here under XR features is we want to go and select OpenXR there. And then we want to make sure that we enable the Meta plugin. So you can see a whole bunch of plugins here. These add specific little bits of functionality for each headset that we support. Nowadays, Plugin is a bit of a misnomer because the plugin part is all the same for all these platforms. It's mostly Android manifest settings and permission settings that are different between these devices, and this selects the right set of permissions and things that headset needs. Hence needing to select that. Now with that selected, just to show you guys, even though we don't need to change anything here, if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we will see that we have some additional settings for if you're on Android XR or if you're on a Quest. I think there's some more here. Yeah, if you're on a Pico. So headsets that require a little bit of additional configuration to use specific functionality will have some additional things here. We can just use the defaults because for our experiment, that's all we need. But yeah. So with that set, the only thing that we need to do, and I forgot to actually delete it, so I am not going to run through that, but we need to install our Android build template. So we've downloaded the templates, but we now need to make them part of our project. And when we run that, and again it's already run here, it creates this folder called Android, and it has all the bits in there that we require to actually run it on there. Okay. So I'm going to start a little thing called Developer Hub, which is a tool that is really a must-have for anybody who's doing Quest development. It's obviously got a new version of Link. Because the nice thing here is that I have the option to start casting. And let me go. And also disable the proximity sensor. So now I don't need to do that anymore. Now, interesting enough, Link is still running, even though I close it, unless I just automatically restart it. So let me go and close that in here, because we no longer need to use that. There we go. And hello, everybody. So we can see exactly now what my Quest is seeing. So if I go back to Godot, I can now, with this button, so we were using that button to run in PC VR mode, but we're now going to deploy on the headset. So we need to use this button, which says Remote Deploy. That is actually going to install my application on the Quest, and it's immediately going to run that. So it takes a few seconds to actually build. And while that is building, I will go and put this up. And the nice thing is, because I've disabled the proximity sensor, I don't actually have to put this on my head. It's kind of nice. I can just hold it like this. And now we have to wait for a few seconds. The first time you run this, it always takes a little longer because it has to start up Gradle. But in subsequent builds, it's actually a lot faster. And this is the reason why I recommend everybody to use PC VR mode. So you can see the difference in time that it takes in order to start something up on the headset.
I'm interested in the general choice of when to put
Sorry, do you mind if I just let you, sorry, it's just the stream.
Hey, I'm interested in the choice around when to put the software onto the physical hardware and when to run it off a exterior device. How do you think about that?
It really depends on what your market is. So obviously, if you want to sell on a standalone device, you really want to test things on the device from time to time to make sure that everything is working properly. But I would still recommend using PC VR to do your main amount of development, simply because it's so much faster to iterate. I just wanted to show really quickly that is now working, but now it's running on the device. I'm just casting what the device is seeing over here. All right, so let's exit there. So yeah, so it really is, my recommendation there always is, develop on PC VR with streaming, and then test on the device as often as you can. Especially as you go closer to release, you want to make sure that everything keeps running on device. All right, got two more things to go through, so let's really steamroll through it. As you all could see, even though I've got pass-through on this device, and you could see everybody in here, the moment that I started my VR game, we had our background running. Now, it was nice for applications where you actually want to do some mixed reality stuff, is that you do not have your background, you actually want to see the camera view. So for that, there's two things that we need to change. The first is we need to go to this option called Environment Blend Mode, and we need to change that to Alpha. All right. And I hope that's, because I always have a bit of problems with this one on the Quest, so let's hope that I don't have to do an extra thing here. And the second thing that I need to do is on my viewport, the thing that I render to, I have to tell that one we want a transparent background, because else we can't see what's happening behind it. So let's go and deploy that again. And now hopefully it's not going to let me down in this demo. It of course is letting me down in this demo. All right. Let me actually try that on the other device before we continue with that, because with Quest you need to start the pass-through mode, which means delaying this, and that means a lot more code, but it does work on the other device. So bear with me while I change this back, and just for the sake of we're out of time, switch over to this beautiful thing. So we're going to go out of Quest Developer Hub, and we're now going to switch over. Can't type for the life of me. Here we go, Android Engine Hub. So Android Engine Hub is an application that Google made that's very similar to Meta Developer Hub, has a similar reason. Now, why does it not immediately see? Why does it still think that my Quest is connected? Okay. Let me just go and grab this one and see if it needs to turn itself on before it will see itself. Come on. Okay, it's starting up. I need to go and put a pin in. Boom. All right. Oh, I want to turn it off. There we go. So, is this now? If I redo this, I might just have to restart Engine Hub. Why are you not? The wonders of live demos.
We're going to have to finish in a few minutes, right? Because we have to set up for the afternoon session.
Yeah, I'm afraid that I might have to cut this short then, because I don't know why. Oh, here we go. Here we are. All right. So these are AR glasses that actually show everything in there, so you can again see what I'm seeing. I need to very quickly go in here, export, create a new one, this one then for Android XR. That's all the same. The only thing that I need to change is this is now for Android XR. And I need to mark that runnable. That's the one that we will be using when we run remote debug. Okay, let's see if that is going to start. There we go. Allow. And this again is right now showing, obviously, with the background. Let's go and close that off. Now we do those last few steps. Project settings, turn that to alpha. There we go. And uncomment that line of code. And let's see if it wants to do the right thing now. So sorry for rushing through this last little bit. There we go. Okay, and now we can see that where my hands is. You can see kind of my hand still in the background there. But yeah, you can now see that that works in this device. Now the cool thing about this is not using cameras. I can actually see as normal glasses, and I can see the hands on top of that. Okay, cool. Well, sorry that turned a little bit longer than I originally expected. But
What a fantastic masterclass. I think we got a lot of bang for our buck out of that talk for sure. Well, thank you so much for joining us for our morning session of Galaxy Games Fest. It is now time for lunch. We're going to start back here at 2 p.m. sharp. If you're in this room, you'll be looking at a fantastic education panel. Not just saying that because I'm on it.
no.
And if you're over in room B, you will be looking at Storytelling in Games by Monica Elia. So please make use of the campus. We've got some really nice cafes and things open. And we'll see you back here at 2. Thank you so much.
Out everything that I showed today and actually do something with it.
so enthusiastic. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Hope it was great. You know, enjoyed the lovely sunshine. I'm very excited that we now have what we're terming our education panel. So our top educators. We put the call out. They're all award-winning. They're all fantastic. Pay them $1 million, please. They will introduce themselves in a second, because that's the first question. So I won't belabor this introduction, except to say hi and thank you for being here. And could you please introduce yourselves?
Sure. You want to start on that side?
Are we doing it all?
Yeah.
I don't mind
That
which
would be,
order.
yeah. Do you want to take that mic?
Okay, I'll go
and
from
then
this
we
side.
can-
Okay.
Cool.
So hi, I am Angela. As you see the photo, much like you can see here, we've got the same shirt as well. We've got two people with the same shirts in our photos. I'm a 3D modeler by trade, but I also have a background in doing vocational training and now university lecturing. And my background is mostly in TV, animation, some real-time work, and also commercials.
Hi, I'm Adam. I am a game developer and content creator, and my background is more in design, a little bit of tertiary education stuff, but mostly these days kind of doing the indie dev dream. I do a lot of pixel art tutorials on YouTube and game dev stuff, as well as Twitch.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Mitchell. I'm the course director for the Bachelor of Game Design and Development here at Macquarie University. I'm also a co-founder and director of TBD Game Company, an indie game company that we kind of run on the side. And yeah, I teach in game design and development. I research in player experience, serious games, control interfaces, intuitive interaction, this kind of thing.
Thank you. Hi, guys. So I'm Jamie. I'm an associate professor in the School of Computer Science at UTS. I wear different hats there. So we've got a games degree, and I help coordinate in that. I also teach into that course, the final year subjects, and what else do we do? So we've got a games research lab. So we have all kinds of research, things like serious games, AI for games, how games help people in real life. And before doing uni stuff, I also work in industry, not in games specifically. Like one of my last roles was doing games, but it was mostly software engineering stuff. And that's it. And I think that's the same shirt I got on that picture.
Don't tell you see superstars. I wasn't lying at all. Yay! Sorry, I feel like I didn't clap enough in those introductions. Apologies. Awesome. Each of you guys are really obviously passionate about games and also passionate about teaching people about games. I was hoping you might be able to tell us how you kind of got into the teaching aspect of what you do. It's up to you.
Is it linear?
You're fine. I won't prescribe an order.
Sure, we'll start with me. So basically for me, I am a 3D artist, but I was also a very academic student. So I always was interested in learning, but then I always would extend that skill set. So in between actual artist roles, I decided to actually take up tutoring, teaching, just to learn the people skills, to then interact in a larger environment. And that just internalized a lot of interest in helping other people access this knowledge over time, because then people would have more mobility. And that's basically how I keep returning to this in between gigs as well, because new knowledge means new things to share. And then it's an organic life cycle basically for me.
Yeah, so I think I did a design degree at UCID, and while I was doing that, doing like an honors degree, I kind of fell into this idea of like e-learning and doing my research there. I realized I felt there was a very close link between design thinking and education. It just felt like the process is very similar. And as part of the research, I was doing some demonstrating for a unit and found it very rewarding. And I think just since then, while developing my games and stuff, education and trying to explain and communicate what I'm learning has just helped me a lot in my practice. So yeah, I think it's just always been something that I've fallen into of, okay, if I want to learn about this, how do I explain it to somebody? And it just feels really good to share that as well. So.
Nice. Yeah, I gave a talk last year at this festival about that journey for me. It's kind of a weird one. Coming out of high school, I applied for acting, computer science, and philosophy, and I've kind of ended up doing all three of those, but got into one of the best acting schools in America first, so went and did that first. And then, did marketing. I was going to go into psychology, but instead kind of followed my passion from when I was a kid into game design, and did a Master of IT in Game Design, and then went on to academia from there and started studying games and teaching games. I like from Jamie's talk this morning, I was one of the curious minds, I guess, and I just couldn't help asking like questions and digging into stuff and breaking things apart. And so I kind of got ended up in academia from that kind of curiosity and that passion. But games has just been part of my identity and my passion outside of work as well. And so I want to do as much with that as possible.
Yeah, same as him.
Beautiful, brilliant.
I mean, kind of same as you. I guess for me, what inspired me to get into teaching and stuff was the relationship I had with my lecturers in uni, because I had really engaged people that wanted to work with us, be in our projects, support our projects, and just seeing that passion was kind of inspiring for me. So I asked them, do you guys get paid for doing this? Yeah. Cool. So you get paid to learn new stuff and then you share the new stuff with the new students? Yeah, that sounds like a cool job. It's not just building things, it's actually learning and sort of giving back to the community. And for me, it was like a dream job.
Amazing. And I should have said, if you guys do have questions for our panelists, we will allow you to ask them. So if you haven't already thought of one, now's the time as we launch into our next question, which is maybe a little bit loaded. The games industry is constantly changing, as is the education industry. Sorry, I'm trying. It's like a deep breath about how far do we want to push this. I was wondering perhaps if you guys could reflect on how we stay engaged with those changes. Is it a matter of being really having a close bond to industry? Adam, of course, you're you're teaching people who are wanting to go straight into industry. They're connecting with education maybe in a bit of a different way than doing a degree. That is my very open-ended question to you guys. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with all these changes?
Yeah, it's hard because the games industry is so big and it's so diverse now. Last year, we had our biggest year ever in terms of revenue. And we've just had one of the fastest selling consoles of all time launch in the Switch 2 as well. So there's these really big moves and big stuff happening in the industry, and then there's all this big transformation. And so it's a lot to deal with, and as academics, as teaching in this space, to keep up with all of that across all the various communities within games is really hard. To keep up with the technology and processes and practice the craft of game design and development and how that's evolving, because that continues to build and evolve and grow over time as well, is tricky. But you try to engage through academic venues, you try to engage through industry venues, and thankfully, the passion that I was talking about, helps drive that, motivates that engagement as well. So, I'm super interested in how that kind of evolves and emerging technologies, and I focus my research on that as well. Who else would like to answer this question?
There's another microphone.
Happy to take one. Yeah, I think, it feels like there's a lot of change happening all the time, and there's this weird, for me, kind of growing kind of disparity between the market growing and, there's a lot of opportunity there for, money is being made. At the same time, it feels like opportunity feels like it's not necessarily there or is in question. As a student or as someone who's in an adjacent industry looking to transition, it's is there going to be a job for me if I move here, even if all the numbers say that there's lots of work happening? So I think for me, in terms of the role of education there, and what I can try to do is try to encourage and support people's self-investment. There will still need to be people doing something, and disengaging is kind of the worst thing that can happen. So if whatever it looks like, whatever game dev looks like in 10 years, as long as the people here are feeling confident in engaging themselves into it, that's the goal. You know?
I really like that, like kind of like mentoring and then supporting people to seek that out. Sorry, Jamie, did you want to?
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry.
So I kind of cheat the system a little bit when it comes to this topic.
Sure.
So I cheat in a way that I build communities around stuff to stay up to date with what's happening, right? Yeah. So one of those communities is graduates. We stay in touch with the graduates. They finish uni, they go and get jobs, and then they come back and say, this is how it's done in my company. Cool. And in a more serious note, what we do sometimes is events where we have graduates coming to the classroom back to uni. We give, it's a fun day, games, food, all of this stuff. But then we do kind of like reflective sessions on, from the jobs you have now, and looking at what you guys studying in our courses, which of those things help you now? And they said, this class wasn't good about this, or this topic from that subject was kind of rubbish. No one talks about that in the company now, so we go like, kill. Or, this thing was really interesting. I'm like, expand on that in this class. So that's how we get feedback from graduates. Also, we engage with industry, so we try to be friends. Like, it's a small community in Australia, so literally we just go and knock doors like, hey, I'm Jamie, I teach this stuff. Do you mind if we just have a chat? And a lot of cases they say, yep, it's fine. And sometimes we get the chance to, for example, take the students to big studios. Like, we just went to Riot a couple of weeks ago. They had a chat with our students. They saw the games they make in my class now, and they gave them feedback on the spot. So little things like this helps a lot.
I love this. It's like a lot of building community and, seeing outside just of that moment of teaching and education. Yes. Yeah, sorry, I mean, there are two mics coming.
I'm not sure which one to go for. Yeah, so I wanted to add to that as well, in that in terms of even just keeping people in the educational system or outside of it ready, I would always think of people and different social settings having different levels of mobility. And so in terms of remaining in touch with it all the time, what I would like to do is I would embed myself in some communities that have different types of mobility. Number one, teaching, because y'all actually have a lot of potential in moving around first, because you no longer have the first ecosystem to remain secure in. That's actually an asset in a sense. And there are other people who are in studios that are a bit more stable and less mobile, and then you can find different information through that. But when you become an industry person that embeds in a highly mobile environment, you'd be surprised how much information exchange happens. So even in volunteering at a conference, I do volunteering through a student volunteer program where basically I'm a team leader now. I'm not actually moving around as much. I'm just helping with logistics. But the people who bring me information are the ones that are very curious, and they move around so much. So if anything, if you can remain in contact and find the people who are curious and passionate, that mobility actually compounds the more you surround yourself with that, and then you can actually gather more information quickly, exchange that, and support each other in doing so as well.
That's why events like this are great, because those people are the ones here, right? Like, you are all like-minded and passionate about this area, and can find those avenues to the community and to the work through that as well.
And there's a lot to be said for being open to that, right? I think that's something that's kind of really come across to me, both in our discussion now and in our discussions previous to this, that, really kind of putting yourself out there is really important in that process. Lovely studio audience. Did you guys have any questions? I'm not apologetic, because I don't think I did put you on the spot. I did warn you. That was my pedagogy. I'm going to bring you the mic so we can hear it on the stream.
Not really a question related to education, but what was a video game that really inspired you to enjoy video games as both as a hobby and in a professional sense?
So that was what kind of gaming experience inspired us to get into this field?
So I don't know, a video game that probably got into a hobby, or a video game that inspired you in to drove more into it in a professional sense.
Yeah. For me, games were always a part of my life from as far back as I can remember, from 3-4. In my presentation last year, I showed pictures of me as a little kid at the Christmas tree, getting my Nintendo or Atari or whatever. And so it was always there. But for me, I think the era where I was like, oh, I think I want to do this with my life, was the N64 era, because then I started reading like interviews with Shigeru Miyamoto, and like Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time like changed my life. You know, how much that opened up what a game could be. And then I started like following the Iwata R series, and so there's a Nintendo trend here. But yeah, that's, I feel like, where the passion began for me. Yeah. Someone else wanna?
I can go. For me, I was a kid that grew up with a lot of anime, so everyone can relate, right? No, not everyone, but most. So that ended up forking into things like JRPGs, and Final Fantasy was like very formative for me, and I really loved the pre-rendered cutscenes. So me being the art person wasn't so much mechanics, but it's like, how do I actually do the visuals to actually facilitate all the other stuff and accessibility to the other stuff? And that was what got me interested. Initially, I'd be drawing it because that was the only skill set I had available to reproduce the art there. And then I'd just want to do just pre-rendered things that led me to animation. But interestingly enough, because that skill set, even in animation like TV, that kind of stuff is so repurposable and going into games, as a person who just likes making things, games is so much more involved in how much you tinker and you create things that I ended up being more immersed in the process of games making through volunteering like on other indie games than actually doing the normal production setting as well. So it just caters to like that kind of, can you cobble things together, make things work, and see people respond to it? And that's where I kind of find my in with games.
We have such a similar origin, because I think for me, like I played a lot of games growing up, a lot of Nintendo, and the formative moment I think was playing like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy X within like a couple of years of each other, and thinking like, how do I be someone who can create the same feeling that these games gave me? Like, how do I be involved in that? And so, yeah, I think a huge appreciation for animation, for concept art, for world building and storytelling. And I don't think I ever let go of that. I think that was just from there. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'm can't speak English today. I'm a little different to you guys in the sense that I always like games. As you said, I have pictures of me with the Nintendo and playing all of this stuff. But I guess for context, I'm from Colombia, which explains the accent. But I guess I didn't think of games dev as a career back in Colombia. You see this this is the kind of stuff you go and buy, and you know it's built overseas, and they develop this overseas, and you just play the thing here. So when I moved to Sydney back in 2010, I didn't speak much English, and I kind of volunteered to help in one of the research labs at UTS. So I said, I just want to improve my English. Don't have to pay me. I just want to help you guys with your projects. And they said, yeah, that's fine. Actually, we just read a paper on a Nintendo Wii being used to help old people stay active. We bought a Wii. We don't know how to set it up. I'm like, I can help you guys with that. So I did. And then because I was the only person that knew how to operate the Wii, I was invited to be in every single interview they conducted. And I'm like, cool. So when we finished this round of interviews, my mentors back then, they were like, yeah, we need to write this paper about this and this and that. I'm like, no, that's wrong. You guys didn't pay attention. These people don't like these games. And they were like, no, there's so much opportunity. I'm like, no, you guys don't see it. They complain these games are not good for that audience. Instead, games should focus on blah, blah, blah. And that's when it hit for me. Like, that's when it clicked. I'm like, that's the thing I actually like. And that kind of led me to apply for a PhD scholarship on that topic and blah, blah, blah. So for me, it was that experience. I just landed there, like it was just being with the right people at the right time, kind of like a happy accident.
Yeah, and that's, I think, so core to I think why a lot of people get into the industry. It's right place, right time, right kind of circumstances. Everyone, it sounds like maybe forcing you to be in those meetings, but in a good way, I do have more questions if no one in the room has. You can tell people who feel like they're in a lecture because they're like, please do keep talking. But you have a question? Oh no, but I'm gonna come up there. I'm so sorry, stream. I'm gonna walk in front of you with the camera. 2 questions. All right, we'll allow it.
Okay, so my first question is, how do you balance the need to be niche within the industry while also being able to be like generalized as well. So as someone who's just graduated from their course, I want the most opportunity to find a job within the industry, but then the roles are so specialized. Is it better to focus on being specialized or have a general understanding of a larger amount of roles?
What a question.
I think the appetite for generalist versus specialist varies across different segments of the industry. And so I'd say in small indie game dev teams, you have to be a generalist. It's great if you have specialties as well. But yeah, you need to have that kind of mobility in the team. And yeah, just because of the scale of modern game production, it has to be more specialized, like for specific parts of the craft. So which you should be or focus on depends on, I suppose, where you see yourself in that industry.
Yeah.
I have another interesting thing that I've heard as well is that there are two kind of perspectives you could take on that, where you can be very specialized to get in, but the studios that seek people who are specialized eventually do benefit from you learning to generalize once you're within that actual ecosystem. So that's one way to think about larger studios, which means mobility within because you're already in. Or if you're going for a smaller studio, you start more generalized and then you discover your specializations by having built trust to then handle those things. So it's like a flip view depending on the size of the studio that's looking, and then you can still go either way. The main thing is to be agile and have the ability to adapt between those types of thinking so that then you can accommodate those flips whenever you decide to maybe change studio or something like that.
I'll take it. Yeah, I think my very limited experience with industry tends to be, I think of it as like technical versus creative in a certain sense, where in very technical roles, in very large productions, there'll be very specific roles. But I think depending on what relationship you want to have with the work, that's where I would look first. Like, do you want to be someone who works on lighting, or do you want to be more incorporated in, say, the storytelling aspects? And I think that the different disciplines, like design, I think there's kind of like strata at different levels where someone with that kind of more creative direction mindset, maybe there's like project management, production layer stuff there that's still kind of junior, but it's not boxing yourself into a specific technical skill where like you only have this one role and you can only be involved in this one way. And then, yeah, like I would even think about whether or not I want to work at a big company or a smaller company. Like you mentioned, like in the indie space, if being a generalist is what you're drawn to, then I would aim for places where that's rewarded rather than try to contort yourself to fit something that you don't know if you want yet, especially at a student level. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some roles that are inherently require more generalism as well, like a producer, even games user research to some extent, to be able to communicate back to the different specialists in their language. So yeah, I think that's important too.
I don't think you're gonna like my answer. My advice with this stuff is do what feels right. Reason why, you might have a plan for your life, but life doesn't go to the plan. Like, I can even speak for myself. I said I want to have my own business, build software, that's the cool stuff. Then I ended up doing a networking, a specialized course, and I did that, and then I came to Sydney and then did the PhD on games, and also had a job in finance. So it's like, life brings opportunities to you, and in some cases you have to get specialized, and you build the skills in the job. And if it feels right, do it. But eventually you get to the point where you go like, yeah, I don't like this. I'm going to move to my next job. And maybe that next job, it's about you being more generalized. Just kind of reflecting what's been said here. Be able to adapt. Don't put yourself in a box. Life, you can't plan it. And opportunities just come and you just got to adapt to it. And yeah, just do what feels right. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. My next question is, as a creative, how important do you think is to communicate with the technical side and vice versa? So how important is it for a technical...
a little bit closer?
Oh, sorry. How important is it for a technical person to understand the creative side, and how important is a creative person to understand the technical side of producing games?
I understand neither side, so please enlighten us.
No matter what role you're in, you need to be able to communicate. This is one of the most multidisciplinary, collaborative discipline mediums in the world. And so you're going to encounter that diversity in the people that you're working with. And that is, I think, the strength of our industry. And so, yeah, I think agility and state of mind, openness in the way you approach communication and that kind of thing.
You sure?
Oh, okay. Also, I think when it comes to communicating with people, I always kind of bring this back to the stuff that you've been rehashed over and over again in high school English, like audience and context. If you're able to understand another person, that means empathy. You can communicate with them better, so your delivery of whether that information makes sense to them has a higher rate of successful landing. So if you're able to understand another perspective and they use a certain word that pretty much maps one-to-one to that process, if you understand that, it's easier to be like, I'll use that word, and then they don't have to go through this parsing process of reinterpreting it into their words, and then you have like higher success rates of actually just hitting the conclusion that you need as well.
It's critical for us as educators too, right? To be able to communicate in that way, and this is what you're doing all the time through your platform.
Certainly, yeah. I think there's this is going to be a bit more, I guess, less emotionally driven and more just like practically driven. I think in any kind of production, there's this kind of like negotiation with what we could do versus what we have planned to do. And from a creative perspective, if you're trying to do creative, any... if you're trying to be optimistic about, well, let's achieve take these opportunities to push the game or whatever in this direction, if you don't have a good understanding of the feasibility of those opportunities, of those ideas, it can be very hard to navigate in a way that takes advantage of them. So having any kind of cross-disciplinary understanding and communication allows the production to be more plastic to those opportunities. And I think it's always hard, there's always friction, but the better you are at communicating and understanding, okay, what can be done here, then I think the better the production is and the better armed you are at being able to influence it in a positive way. Yeah. Especially as just to elaborate a bit more, I'm doing a bit more direction now. I started solo on a project, now I'm leading a team of 5. Being able to communicate with the sound designer about whether or not we want to communicate this specific emotional beat with sound design versus animation. We can't have that conversation if I don't know anything about sound design. Same thing with music composition. So it's I think incredibly important, especially if you want to be in the more creatively driven seat. Yeah.
The little thing to add as well is remember there are actual roles that sit at the cusp of those two departments as well. So in the animation world, there's like a technical animator or technical director type role where they make tools for creative artists, which means you need to know the technical, but then the priority of what the creative artist is aiming for needs to be filtered through there. So there are those roles that literally capitalize on that skill set. And then in other roles as well, they're opportunity creators, even if you don't pretty much use any of those in your primary day. Understanding someone else's actual adjacent priorities makes it so much easier for you to cater to them. So if, I think some skill incubators, if you're at a studio and you want to grow in a certain way, and no program exists for you to actually develop in that way, but you want to propose it, no one's going to take it up unless they can understand where you're coming from. And the people who approve it might not actually be an artist or a technical person, but they're actually in production or in charge of money. So even if you understand at that level and you can de-risk things, and start proposing programs in that way, then it's more likely that you'll be able to even access those opportunities later.
deep topic.
Like the clearer you are with those visions, and coming back to the feasibility of that as well, that you show that you understand how that's practically possible. Yeah, I guess persuasion is a really important quality as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Good questions, great answers. I do have another question for you guys. You obviously teach in slightly different ways, different institutions, different places. Could you maybe give us a sense of maybe the benefits, maybe the opposite of benefits of those ways of learning? You know, if someone was like, I want to learn how to make games, why should they, or maybe shouldn't they, do it the way that you're teaching it? So sorry, I didn't prep them on this question. Can you tell?
I can start because I've been through teaching both vocational and tertiary. So the way that I learn is usually very practical. So when I actually graduated from my first degree, which was science and arts, completely different thing, I was a very theoretical person. The actual course that I went for was an advanced diploma course, which was very practically driven, which means you need to know how to operate the tools really well and what buttons to press, how that fits in a sequence of events. But the trade-off is, something that I've noticed is people can get really technically good, but you don't have fundamentals to inform how well that looks. So people who have actually had more formal art training and have some eye for things, that have paid attention to that kind of stuff, get an advantage on executing on that and actually making it look technically good and sound at the same time. So even in that linear kind of environment, when you learn one thing after another, it is built on like prerequisite knowledge in a linear fashion, where you do one thing after another. It is very different to university education, where you have multiple subjects happening at the same time. So that's when you have different preconceived assumptions and learnings about a certain thing before they approach the actual subject as well, and that like results in variables in how people learn and uptake and can piggyback on things they know and they don't know. So that is something that I think I can pass on to Mitch or anyone else to kind of chime in on in the educational kind of tertiary.
I think that's right, and the kind of like linear, more practical, more step-by-step kind of teaching, like we tend to move beyond that kind of after first year, and so then there is some reliance on kind of self-driven learning. And I know some of our students engage, so the students that come from like technical colleges are really great, like technically and have great efficiency and proficiency. And then they're getting this more multidisciplinary, working together, collaborative, project-based, like those kinds of things they're learning through a university education. And so, and in some ways the self-driven learning part of it, so what the industry tells us is we want people that are self-driven problem solvers, and proficient in tools, but agility with the use of those tools, so being able to go across different platforms and stuff, and great soft skills, and this is really emphasized as well, able to work with people, able to work constructively, productively, friendly in a team. So you have the opportunities for more of that kind of group work and project-based work, I think, particularly later on in your degree. And some of our students come back to, like when they're doing the self-driven learning, they engage with YouTube tutorials or that kind of stuff to help bridge the gap maybe with some of those technical skills or whatever they determine is needed for the project.
Yeah, it's a very deep topic. I think, I mean, I've done a bit of both. Obviously, I've always been a bit of an autodidact, and I also went to university. So I think university, I mean, you know, we're in one, is very structured. It gives you a lot of breadth and challenges you to think in ways that you might not be even considering. So you can discover a lot of a lot of the space in a way that's packaged for you to do so. On the other hand, the doing it yourself thing, I think for people who are results driven and kind of have the idea of I want to make games, Well, you can do that. You know, you can fire up YouTube, download Unity or Godot or GameMaker and just start. And I think that there is value in being, in having your curriculum be shaped by your project. If you're trying to make a game that looks this way and behaves this way, well, all you have to do is ask the internet, how do I, do this, and just go, one wall at a time, ram your head against the things, and at the end, you'll be shaped as the exact person who knows how to do that exact game for the project that you're trying to make. So I think at some point you kind of have to become that. Like, if you want to make games, you have to make games. It's just a question of, I think, appetite and confidence. Are you making sure that you're, for example, having a good relationship with players and having a practice and a process that's not antisocial, where you're just spending 10 years in your bedroom, is really important. And I'm sure uni will give you better sensibilities in that regard than just going to YouTube and just sitting and making stuff technically. So yeah, having good habits is really important, and I guess as long as you get them, it doesn't really matter where.
Cool. I feel like learning somehow is attached to age in a way. So what stage of life you're in. So unis are good at helping you transition from high school to joining the workforce. And as Mitch said, first year, lots of hand-holding, lots of, this is how you do this thing, do it the same way. Second year is like, yeah, you can have some freedom. Final year is, do your thing. And then, you join the force, and once you join the force, no one's going to sit with you and teach you stuff at the job. That's when self-learning becomes an important part. People learn different ways. Some people argue you learn by doing. Some argue like, no, you have to study the theory first, and then you go and apply the thing. So it really depends on what your learning style is. But once again, I feel like that goes back to what stage of life you're in. You finishing uni now and trying to get into a job, I feel like trying to learn stuff outside of what you learn from uni helps a lot. Once you get into a job, you gotta teach yourself to keep teaching yourself. And that's one of the skills you actually get from uni. It's not so much about learn how to use these tools now, like this is how you do things in Unity, cool. But it's about you getting good at teaching yourself as you move through your career. Because once you get to, say, 42 or plus, no one's going to sit down and teach you stuff unless you go and do a course. But again, that's, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Wonderful studio audience. So I don't know why I keep sitting down, like I'm not going to have to jump up anyway. I've learnt not to run in front of the camera since the last question there.
My question is in relation to how do you go about choosing how much information to give people? So I had a research sort of role in a group project where we were meant to do a documentary. So I had to go and find the research topic we did seatbelts and how they were legislated in Australia, but that all derived from just car safety. And I struggled with trying to not overload them with information, and because if I talk more than 3 minutes, I can see them clocking out, they're not listening, and if I provide more than one link, they either won't read it or will be overloaded from it. So how do you go about choosing, especially when it's a lot of statistics or whatever, how do you go about choosing what to actually tell someone about the research and why what you're making is important, and what to focus on? Because I don't know, how do you go about that sort of thing?
That's a good question.
You guys go first.
Yeah. Is this in the context of looking for opportunity, or could you?
Sorry, no, that's on me. That's on me.
Sorry.
No, I should have stayed up here. It's actually very comfortable.
In that instance, we were a group. The plan was to make a short animation where we all needed to know the topic we were talking about, and they needed to know enough about the research to make creative decisions. And so in that instance, where it's less about finding the opportunities and more about getting a team to work under the same sort of understanding, how do you go about communicating to other people who do not want to do the research,
And like, is it like, do you put slides together and, you know, be under 5 minutes, or do you just mention nothing to do with statistics or original research, like how you got there, and just do the final like takeaways?
I mean, maybe like stepping it out a bit, like what is your approach to teaching in this way?
Sure.
I think, yeah, that's a really interesting example where people aren't necessarily going to know everything, but you kind of really need them to know some stuff. And that, I mean, that resonates so much with students having to do particular units at university particularly.
Okay, I got it. I think I always struggle with like two different ways of communicating. The first is like, how do I break down this information in the most hierarchically clear, you know, why does this exist and how does that beget that, versus the very emotionally centered telling a story to someone. And I think you kind of have to, I mean, in game design, if you want to give the player, if you want them excited about a mechanic that you're introducing, you have to show them kind of why it's necessary first. So there's this kind of like carrot on a stick thing that I like to do, where if you can lead with the reason why the stats are important from an emotional perspective, like, I don't know, something about seatbelt safety and how many accidents there are a year and that, this and that, then they understand why and they're curious, and then you can sort of, chunk it that way. So trying to modulate the drama of the presentation first, what's the story, and then I think the depth of it and how far you go will kind of come naturally as you try to pace it. Yeah, if that's helpful.
Something as well that I picked up from this doing side tutoring was the idea of intrinsic motivation. So people are more motivated to seek information out if it hits something that already deeply moves them. So same way with the story, if you can actually access something that shifts them in a certain way and plants that curiosity, then the onus will then shift to them to follow through. And when they do, they'll only look for things that are of interest, so that might compound how much information they bring back with each time you set them free, that kind of thing. So plant the thing and see what happens. But it's basically, if you've succeeded at finding that core motivator to begin with, and that could carry so much more and compound the effects downstream as well.
Yeah, I think this is all really great. So there's, I guess, communicating value in the research parlance, it's context and motivation for the work. But yeah, like I think, so why are people in your class, right? So you want to communicate what is the value of this particular topic to them? How is it used in industry? How can it be useful to their practice? Before getting into maybe the theory or breaking things down. I think that's a good approach. The other thing is just engagement. So I actually have a teaching philosophy based on intrinsic motivation as well, or self-determination theory. So there's competence, autonomy, and relatedness. And this is, I try to satisfy these things in my students, right? So competence is you feel good about doing things and demonstrating that you know something, and so you provide opportunities for them to do that through the activities and the tasks. Autonomy is you feel good about having choice and expressing yourself, and so you provide those opportunities to, tell their own stories and to do things their own way and communicate the way that they want. And then relatedness is, we are intrinsically motivated by, having those relationships and feeling satisfaction and connection to other people. And so I try to establish that, with my students, and I think cultivate environments where people feel comfortable enough to be themselves, that they can bring their best selves to the work, and get that psychological satisfaction as well. And so, that's kind of my approach, but that's very esoteric and philosophical. When it comes down to it, you just need to talk to people and connect to people. And I think if you listen to them and like I go off even like micro expressions, right? You see someone be like, and it's like, okay, maybe they're not quite understanding that, or maybe that doesn't sit with their current kind of paradigm, and so you can dig further into that. So yeah, staying open as well, I think.
Very different to YouTube, where I'm talking on the screen.
Yeah, that's hard. But you must try to kind of do that in advance, and so like you are forming a relationship with. You have that parasocial relationship, I guess, with your audience.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
I'm lost now. Like all of the stuff you guys said, it was interesting, but I don't know if, like, I'm trying to connect to your original question. Sometimes when you try to explain interesting things to people that don't really see the value, sometimes you just gotta live with that because they don't care. And it's fine. Like, for example, I teach a whole bunch of units in my class, my degree. One of them is the serious game subject, sort of new. Some people don't want to be in that class, and it's fine. They have to do that anyways. But, I can't expect everyone in the room to be as excited as I am about certain things. And I just live with that. So I see this challenge sometimes, for example, when I have we're making a serious game for a project, and then we have engineers who will do the coding, and then we have the experts that live with the problem, and they want us to help find a solution. I care about it because I sit in the middle of both, the engineers and this person here, but the engineers, they just want to get paid and make a game. And they don't care about that. But my job is not even to get them excited about it, but just help them understand what is really needed for that project and execute it well. So it's okay you can just live with that. Some people just don't engage as much as you. And those that do, you pay more attention to them because they might be your PhD students later. I don't know if that answers the question.
I abandoned my phone, so I actually don't know how much time we have left in this panel. Apologies. 10 minutes. Thank you. 10 minutes. I reckon we've got time for another audience question if there is one. Yeah. Run! Go. I've seen a lot of lecturers fall down these stairs.
Oh, really?
It's okay.
I would just like to get your thoughts on AI usage on your particular
We only have 10 minutes. Okay. Sorry.
So what was the question?
AI usage. In games?
Yeah. So the way I use it, I kind of got roasted a couple of days ago on Discord by my students because I got Copilot to help me write a little post. I'm like, Copilot, make this sound really cool because, English is my second language. It doesn't sound as cool. And they were like, Jamie, you using Copilot? So anyways, it's a topic that divides audiences. I see, for example, students are passionate about not using it because it kind of kills the creativity and the IP and the human way of thinking and doing stuff, and I respect that and I feel like it's right, but also I see industry people saying we use Gen AI and it helps us make better games and it helps us optimize certain processes. It doesn't replace the human because it's not the intention, but it helps us make things in a more efficient way. I use it for writing stuff, for example, polishing writing. I don't use it for creative stuff because otherwise I'm not being creative really. I'm trying to see how that's going to work in our teaching, and that's why I'm doing this little community building stuff, talking to the people I know in the industry and say, hey, how you guys, are you using this in the studio? How? And we even have a research project sort of being developed now, looking at how we can teach this ethically and how the students respond to it. Because I have students in my class that were like, I'm not using this at all. And some students are like, I like to see how it works. So I take it from a research angle. It's not like I want to impose this. I want to see what happens and observe what's happening there. Does that make sense?
There was a panel on this a couple of Kai Plays ago in Finland, and they had a whole bunch of big game studios up on stage, Housemarque, Remedy, Rovio, and they were talking about the way that they're integrating into their processes in game development. And Remedy was saying, we're not really using it in the kind of creative craft yet, but we're finding it really useful to kind of put all our processes into a large language model that our staff can use to understand how we do things. It can help upskill people as they join the company, that kind of thing. Rovio had tried using it to develop art, and they kind of came to the conclusion that we can do maybe like background art elements and that kind of stuff, but it just couldn't create new Angry Birds characters. Like they just looked wrong somehow. Yeah. I think, and then there is this. There's, I think, growing public sentiment, and I think this is all throughout society actually, where we don't want to be driven by the change. We want to kind of decide how we want this tool to be integrated into society. And so I think that for some people that's, I don't want to use it in my creative practice. For some people it's a tool and I want to use it in this way just as I would any other technology. So in a way it's personal and it's kind of like for some people it's an ethical decision. But I think there will be some expectation at certain companies that it is just one of the tools that you have to use, right? And I think we're still learning what that is, and we're still developing policy frameworks and building social license for the way that it's integrated into all of our lives. And so that's a really broad answer, and that's not talking about how I use it personally, but that's kind of my current thoughts on it.
Happy for me to jump in? Yeah. Oh, such a deep and scary topic. I think there's always going to be, especially you're so young in your careers, like this insecurity around ethics aside, like that's a whole separate conversation. But just from is this thing going to replace me? What relationship should I have with this? I think the thing that among all the chaos that's constant is you. So my little heuristic is always, am I using this in a way that's making me smarter or replacing me? And the distinction between those two things, I think, is the easy knife to cut through all of the rest of it. So you're going to be you 10 years from now, 20 years from now, whatever, in your career. So if you're upskilling through the AI, if it's making you more competent, more intelligent, if you're using it to enrich yourself, then I think that's probably a good direction to go in. But if you're finding yourself leaning back and checking out, then I think maybe the project that you're working on might move faster, but you won't be. And too many times in my own little experiments, if you try to go too fast and you take your hands off the wheel, very soon you end up in a position where you just don't know the code base, if it's code related. You're not in control anymore, and you sort of disengage. It just stops being interesting to work on things that you're not involved in. So that would be my little heuristic.
I really love that take that you are going to be the only common denominator in 10 years' time. For me, my current stance is I don't really have one clear one, because before I make a judgment, I do want to capture with the state of things as they are in from as many perspectives as possible, because something that I've noticed as well is it is a personal preference. Some people are reacting very strongly to it because it does touch something that is very personal to them. I can see where that would come from, but I also want to see the other use cases as well, so that I can have a more well-rounded view to see, well, am I being emotional if I respond this way? Is this person being emotional if I respond this way? I want to see how it actually is implemented. And there was always going to be that ethical question, which I would still not engage with a tool yet until I'm entirely sure what this particular AI tool has had involved in its development. So that's why I'm just watching and assessing from the outskirts before I have a clear stance. So I can't really make a clear statement on it. Besides, I do like that if you think of it as a human-centric way of implementing it based on your value system at that one time, that's pretty much going to be our measure in 10 years' time still.
I guess a larger message that I want to communicate is a game isn't a game until it's played. Games are meaningless in the box. They only come to life through interaction. There's no way to remove the human component of games. I guess if AI wants to create interactive programs that other AI play, fine. But I think unless the singularity occurs, game developers are not at risk of losing their jobs. I think there's too much of a gap between reproducing patterns and solving second-order design problems with real human beings. That's my kind of thought on it.
Yeah, good thoughts. We might have to hold your second question. I'm so sorry, but I'm sure the panel will be happy to chat afterwards. Our very last question, though, would be like, what is your maybe one sentence, 2 sentences if you want, top tip for people who want to get into game design?
Not to put you on the spot.
Sure. Meet people. That's less than a sentence, sorry. 2 words. Meet people, be curious. Another 2 words, 4 words. There you go.
Make things and show them to players. Let them play it. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't come up with one for this question. I think just follow your passion. Find yourself. In knowing yourself, you're going to be able to bring more to the work. Yes, this is technical. Yes, that there are processes involved, but this is creative practice and there's a craft to it, and you enrich it with who you are. So I would encourage that self-discovery and hopefully through learning as well.
I was going to say what you guys said, but now that's taken. What I've seen with something I notice in my students is confidence is an issue, and often comes from fears, like fear of people are going to judge my game, they're going to judge my design, it's not as good as that game. Those people that you look at now and say, oh, that's cool, they probably thinking the same you think right now. They might be scared, they might be afraid, but they manage to overcome the first step, which is, I'm going to put myself out there, see what happens. It's easy for me to say it, but always find strategies that help you push yourself into these uncomfortable situations. Sometimes getting a friend to come with you and just meet that person you want to meet. Because if you do it by yourself, it might be scary, but if you go with your friend, it's not as scary. That's a strategy, for example. Or if you really suck at networking, having an exit plan from an uncomfortable situation always helps. Sometimes people get anxious, like social anxiety is a thing. Like for example, people are going to talk to me, what am I doing now? But there's an exit, cool, okay. So if I feel uncomfortable, I fake a call and then I walk. Okay, and that works. So just put yourself in these little uncomfortable situations as a mini experiment. And that's, yeah.
Brilliant. If we could give the panel a big round of applause. Thank you guys so much. And we shall briefly pause while we set up for our next speaker. Thank you. I really have forgotten so many things. Hello and welcome back to our last but certainly by no means least paper for today. How is everyone?
Doing good.
Yeah, had a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not just here for the prize draw at the end? I should have marketed that one better earlier. Yeah, it's a giveaway. So I am a little bit in love with this title, if I'm honest. Without further ado, I'm going to pass to who I think might be a lot of the people in the audience teacher.
Surprisingly not.
Surprisingly not. Okay. No. I've really psyched myself out of saying your last name. That's terrible. I'm going to start again. We're live streaming this. I can't go back. Mariel Beto. Look at me. Big rounds of applause, thanks. And that should all be streaming. I'm so sorry.
Hey, all right. Alrighty, I assume you can all hear me perfectly from this. I'm already loud enough. Funny bit, whenever I do teach, I don't use a microphone, I'm that loud. So I have to tone myself down, make it equal. So yeah, hello, I hope you are all well. You've enjoyed Galaxy Games Fest so far. I'm so sorry, I'm gonna have to put you through quite a detailed talk, but I will obviously still be within time, and you've already had a long enough day with playing games and going to other talks. So, this talk is covering something that you might not really think about, but I'm going to make you think about it. It's the idea of whether you are a hobbyist game developer or a student and you're still learning, or maybe you are in the industry making your own games or being in a studio, is incorporating methods and techniques from research into games development. Hence the comical title that I thought of in 2 minutes when sending it to Sandra. So, before I get started, I actually want to do a little bit of an icebreaker, because although I may know a good amount of you guys from events or whatever, I don't really know you guys. I don't know how you guys would think. So, we're going to go over a hypothetical. Let's say you are out and about, you're at an event, or you're just in the city or something like that, and you're like, damn, I'm really thirsty. So you go to a Woolies or a Coles or a Easy Mart or whatever, and you find a bottle of water. You probably already recognize it. It's Mount Franklin. You've seen this everywhere. Now, you know how usually, if the company opts in for it, you can do something called a health star rating for the food or drink that you're about to purchase. Looks something like this. You've probably seen this a bunch of times. For Mount Franklin, it's usually, you can even send the photo, it's a 5-star rating. But let's say you pick it up, and instead of it being 5 stars, it's 4.5. All right? Now here's my question, and I want to actually hear from you guys about this. Would you drink from this bottle of water if you realize this change? Yes or no, and why? Yeah?
I probably would, because I would just start thinking, why did it change? If it's just water, then what happened?
Is there a particular, okay, that's a fair point. Is there a particular area that you're concerned about, more like how the water was packaged or produced, or how it was sourced? What's the bit that's going through your head, if you don't mind me asking?
I think I would just mostly be questioning the entire thing. I'm just okay, it just it gives me more questions than answers. It's just a bottle of water.
Okay.
If it's the source, what changed from maybe the packaging, what happened to Mount Franklin.
Yeah, maybe the mountain is of concern. Okay, I guess I'm curious to hear if anyone would say yes to this. Who would unironically drink from this water? Yeah, I'm seeing a couple yeses.
First off, query.
Yeah?
Would I have known that it was a 5-star rating prior to this?
That's a good point. So if you didn't know, you wouldn't really be concerned.
I'm going to be honest, if I wasn't looking at it to begin with, I'm definitely not looking at it after it's changed.
Okay, fair point. So there could be an argument that had I not told you that it was 5 stars, maybe you would have just drank from the water bottle with no concerns. But now that you do know that it was originally 5 stars, but now it's suddenly become 4.5, would you drink from this bottle of water? Oh.
It's a level of tangibility, right? Like I just give it like a quick litmus test. If it doesn't smell odd, if I can still see through it, I'll take the 0.5 on the chin. I'll just drink it.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I feel like put your hand up if you would drink from the water. Okay, put your hand up, put your hand down now. Put your hand up if you would not drink from the water. Okay, so it's slightly majority towards yes. That's interesting. Would you like to know why I asked this? No reason. I just thought about this when I was on the train with a friend. Because it's like a really silly idea. Like, why would they change it? And I'm just curious how other people would think. Anyway, so my name is Morel Beto. In terms of my background, doing what I do, I am an award-winning games developer and academic, proudly born and raised in Sydney, stubbornly made in Sydney, Waypoint merge, Waypoint Constellations 2024. But yeah, so I have a lot of passion in regards to games development. Generally speaking, I've been in games, or interested in games since I was 6 years old, and did some development in high school. Now I've made it a passion that I attend all these events around and whatnot. In terms of my background, I come from games research and education. I have been a casual academic at UTS for several years, did my degree there, and I help out in a whole bunch of areas. Now I work at SAE as a learning advisor, hence why on my thing it was learning advisor / game developer / architect. I'm kind of everything somehow. Another thing is I am the founder and developer / designer of my own independent game studio called Lamassu Games, which was the marketing thing you saw at the start. That was recently announced, and I can't say much about that at all. More generally, I've been involved with Playmakers, which is UTS's Games Development Society. We help to run events for students, but we also have industry-facing stuff that includes Playmakers Arcade. Playmakers Development Team, I am a steering committee advisor, mainly helping for production. For those that don't know what that is, PDT for short, it is a student-led game studio where everyone working in it is extracurricular, volunteering, and everyone works on a project within a year that's published on Steam with full credits. This is a big thing to build up students' portfolios, and it even includes recently graduated people, as well as you don't have to be from UTS. You can come from any university, any background, so long as you are in Sydney. And the recently announced Sydney Games Festival, which, hype, that is basically within the week that we all would have remembered for South by Southwest Sydney. It's a community-run festival bringing in a whole bunch of events. And everything I've said is either I'm involved with event organization or advisory stuff. That's it. Now you know who I am, how you pronounce my name. I forgot to write my name. That's on me. But you can probably find it on the website and stuff in terms of my spelling. So yeah, that's about it. Now, to really actually talk about what I want to talk about, you probably have a good idea, generally speaking, maybe even of the second half, but not really of the first bit, the research methods. You're like, what the hell does that mean? How does this even connect? To emphasize this, I'm going to use a really cool literary technique called reusing the same slide. I copy-pasted it. So again, you've got the games dev bit here. You've already seen this, and I assume everyone in this room is at the minimum interested in games development. You might be a student doing a games degree. You might be learning how to do games development on your own time as a hobby. Or again, you are making games as a studio or with friends, or you're working in a AAA company or whatever. So you get the second bit. Your main focus, I assume, is here. You're kind of looking at that and you're just kind of going, huh? You might be, to quote Joe Biden, former US president, you might be looking at that and going, what? You don't know what that bit is. And I do not blame you. It's not something that people want to wake up and go, I want to learn more about research, like as a field, like as a job. Not really. So, to highlight what research is really, and show that there's more to it than you realize with this talk, I'm going to break it down in a layperson's terms, okay? So first, what is research as a job or a field or the act of doing something? Very basic, what I'm about to say. I don't want anyone in research critiquing that. It's like, oh, you forgot this detail and that. It's purposefully simple. Research is when you have an idea on something you want to explore. Maybe it's, say, you want to look into accessibility in video games, let's say. That's an area you want to explore. You're like, I want to see what could be done there. I'm really interested in that field, in that area, okay? Then you see what has already been done. You do some research. You see papers that have been conducted, projects that have been done, and you read up on it. You just see what's already been done in the areas relevant to your idea. Once you've done that, you then identify gaps that you can explore yourself. Maybe it's something unique, hasn't been done before, or not really been done to a good extent. Or you add into areas that already have a lot of information with more information. Simple. It's either you're doing one or the other, maybe even both. Once you've identified what you want to do, you then create something called research questions. This is what drives your research. Whatever this idea is and all the research prior to doing this, you then have research questions. For example, you could have a question like, how can we improve accessibility within video games? Or how can we assist game developers in making their games more accessible? These are just examples. Because then everything you work towards and everything you develop or create is to answer the questions you have. Make sense so far? Somewhat? Okay, because then the final step, and it's usually the most fun part, is developing a solution to answer said questions. So if your question was, what has been done in the fields of accessibility in video games? Then your solution would be condensing all of the information that has been published that fit the relevant fields and having that as a document that's easy to read. Or if it was, how can we create tools to assist game developers in video game accessibility, you might develop an actual tool that can be used on a computer to analyze a video game and highlight areas for game developers to focus on. And then that's your answer. And then you do a whole bunch of things, and then you present that idea to other people. Does this make sense? Yeah? No? Maybe? Yeah? Okay. Now that we've kind of answered what the red circle text was, let's go into something you're more familiar with. What is games development? And I don't mean this in an existential way, but what is games development? Games development is when you have a genre or idea that you want to explore. Let's say you want to make a Metroidvania game. Right? You're like, I really love Metroidvanias, I want to make a Metroidvania game. Let's give it a shot. And you just kind of read up and do whatever. Funnily enough, next step, you see what has already been done in similar games or genres. You're probably going to be looking, if you're making a Metroidvania, you'd be looking at the Metroid series of games, you'd be looking at Hollow Knight, Silksong, etc. As an example. I haven't played any of the games I just mentioned. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Afterwards, you then identify areas that makes your game unique, or you expand on existing games further. Maybe the game you make isn't new, but it builds on what has already been done, and that's what makes your game idea great. However the process goes, it's going to sell people on the idea of your game. Okay? Once you've identified it, you then create a game design document, or GDD for short. Usually. Sometimes you just kind of screw it, we bowl, and you just kind of make something. But usually, to keep the idea there, you create a game design document. That is what you use to build off of the game idea you have. You now have a document that you can refer to and expand upon that and almost create the game from it. which, speaking of, you then develop a game based off of your game design document. Now, beyond the fact that this talk is kind of combining these two ideas, and it does seem like I'm kind of shoehorning it, do you notice something? Do you notice anything?
Yeah.
Anything in particular? No? Yeah? Yeah?
Very similar. Yeah.
They're very similar. They're very similar. They're similar. It sounds stupid. I do not blame you, but it genuinely has a similar process, because at the end of the day, for both research, professional research, and games development, you are exploring what has been done, expanding or innovating in a way that interests you and other people, and then you work to sell that idea to other people. And you might be going, what do you mean with research? Don't you just kind of make stuff and that's it? No, you write papers to go to conferences and people are interested in your idea. Same thing. It's genuinely the same thing. It obviously is two different outputs. One is making it for entertainment, and one is to, generally speaking, expand the knowledge and fields of research. But they're general areas. And if they are very similar, then you can borrow certain methods and techniques from research and try it in games development. It's not going to be as, I don't know, what's the best way to put it? It will fit in really well, but obviously it's up to personal taste. You might just want to make a game and just kind of go about it the way you've already done it, or go about it the way you've been taught. But when you get out into the industry, you're going to have to learn new things. Maybe, hopefully, this is one of them. So, in this talk, I'm going to introduce two specific examples of what I'm talking about, because the last thing I want to do at 3:22 p.m. on a Saturday is overwhelm you guys. You guys have already gone through a lot for today. All right, you've already been talking to a lot of people, playing a lot of games, so it's only two things. And we're going to try and see how we can use it in games development. 3 points. 1, it's not hard, what I'm about to introduce. They kind of spoil it with the next thing I'm going to show. I might as well show it, but you might accidentally be doing the things that I'm going to talk about. But if you are already doing it, I'm going to expand upon it in a way that is almost like upgraded, where you'll get more, it's more effective as a result, okay? Second point there is it works almost one-to-one. We're going to do some slight modifications, and I'll explain what I mean by method or technique and stuff. Last but not least, anything I talk about, I will provide templates for you guys that you can then scan with a QR code. So you don't have to be frantically writing or on your phone or whatever. You can just scan the QR code at the end, and it reinforces everything I'm going to talk about. Sounds good? Yep. Perfect. I feel like my voice is way too echoey, like it's going through the entire room. But yeah, so let's get started. The first thing, actually before I need to slow myself down, how this is going to work, I'll show what it looks like in research, explain it briefly, and then we'll do the games version of the research thing, right? So you have the background knowledge. Here's the first one. It's called a concept matrix. Now, a concept matrix, simple idea. It's simply a table to organize information, all right? Or compare ideas that you can then build off of. Usually speaking, you have, like, this is when you're reading, doing that second step of research where you see what has already been done. You're probably reading a lot of papers. And so you need a way to organize all those papers and see the common things from them. And that's exactly what this does. You detail any articles that you find, and then you compare them to general concepts or ideas that you already have with your research, if you were doing a research project. So for example, actually I'll provide the example later, sorry. How it's used is in two ways, and the bold one is the more important one. Firstly, you can use it to see what people agree or disagree on. Not really. Second one, big one, it helps you identify certain gaps that can lead to a strong argument. Keep that one in mind. I'm going to go back to that bold point. Now, although this sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, I'm not just going to expect you to have this in your mind and that's it. I'm actually going to show you my concept matrix that I used for a research project to give you a good example. And I'm really hoping it doesn't cock up. Oh my God. Okay, this is on me. I forgot. Oh my God, okay. I kind of screwed up because usually when I was practicing this, there was a big pause button. There is no big pause button. Oh, it's on here. Oh my God. Okay. Show the pause button. Okay, screw this. Basically, you can kind of see in this video I recorded, I should have done a screenshot, I'm stupid. But you have a title, you have the author of the paper that I was finding, other information like the year that the paper was published, the publishers, not important stuff for you guys. But the big point was there were key concepts I wanted to look for. Like I wanted to look for papers that were looking into immersion, into virtual reality, into racing games, into cognitive assistance, etc., etc. And so I would check them like a checklist to see if there were common things. And that allowed me to find gaps. That really sucks. I would have paused it and actually shown you. Additional thing I had here was this was from my supervisor, which if you guys were here in the last talk, is Jamie. He is my supervisor. It's a small world. He's not here right now. Sorry, I should have not pointed. But he also suggested that I have a one sentence to describe what I liked and what I didn't like about the paper. So maybe I liked that it really covered this area, but I didn't like it didn't cover that area. I'd love to see that. That just highlights more gaps for me to look into. Now, with everything I've said, and sadly didn't get to properly show you because me being a bit of a dumbass, I recorded it as a video, I can show it in the games version. So everything I talked about, call it a game matrix instead, not a concept matrix. Same principle, and I actually had brain cells when I did this. I took it as a screenshot. And same idea. You basically use it to identify gaps that when you're looking at different games relevant to a genre or an idea that you're working on, you can visualize the gaps that are in it. This isn't just good in making your game actually unique. This is actually kind of useful for marketing. If you know what certain games do and don't do well, then that helps you when pitching your idea to not just other people, but if you get that far ahead, even publishers. You can highlight the differences. Now, I took this as an example of, let's say I wanted to make, I don't know, a movement shooter. Like I want to make a fast-paced movement shooter, and I want to see what games are available. I wrote down 3 examples, which is a very low amount. You should have way more. But just to prove what I'm talking about. So here, I have a game title, and the 3 games I picked were Sydney's very own Shadowrush, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, and Titanfall 2, right? Because they kind of fit the bill of my idea. So I have the game title, I have the developer/publisher, release year to see how long of a gap there was in releases, and then the common concepts I was talking about, which for you is concept or mechanics. So, given my idea, I'm looking for fast-paced, movement shooter, playable mechs, maybe I want to look for mechs, a futuristic setting, and gun customization. And so I crossed what each game had and didn't have. And then I wrote a comment about what I liked and didn't like about it. And that highlighted certain things that I might want to expand. Obviously, a very basic example of this. Don't just do 3 games. You should probably do more than 3 games. But hopefully this gives the idea of what I'm trying to talk about. It's the idea of actually visualizing the games that inspire your idea or that you are potentially competing against. Because people will always judge whatever you make. If you make something, it's like, oh, I made a movement shooter, they're probably going to connect it to another idea that they have. This helps you identify those gaps you can explore. Now, this is actually a part of the template I told about. I have this version filled out like this, and then I have a blank version on the QR code at the end. So you no need to take photos or anything. Got it all there. But yeah, does this make sense, like somewhat? Yeah? Okay. Yay. I'm doing a good job then. All right. I'll go into the second one then. This one I'm about to talk may have a lot more value, I think. This one's good if you're doing it in the ideation phase of your game, I think is a good way to put it. Seeing what works, what doesn't work, what you can do yourself. What I'm going to talk about next is something you are constantly doing, whether or not you anticipated it or not. And it is, research-wise, experiments. Ooh. Now, with experiments, it's more broad. I mean it in terms of just when you're trying to collect data, which you would usually run an experiment of some sorts or do some analysis. Now, in research, you might run experiments to help with those research questions. Not always, but sometimes you may. If you are, you do it in many different ways, whatever works for your research. I'm not even going to bother explaining it to you, but for the purposes of today, I will show you the main ways of doing research, experiments. The first one is when you get participants. It's just a fancy way of saying people for research. When you get people to try something out and then they give feedback. Keep that one in mind, the first one. Second one is when you interview people on a topic or experience that they've just engaged with or have been engaging with. And the last one is when you observe someone or something as it is being done. Now you might be going, Morel, what do you mean by something? Are you just going to objectify humans? No. You could have a research project where no humans are involved. Let's say you're doing machine learning as a research topic. And so you have an AI agent doing something in its own environment. You're just watching it do something. It's like, is it going to complete this level? Whatever. And you can do multiple of the above at the same time. Depends on what you're trying to look for. Depends on your research. Hey, let's go. And it can involve, this is the big one, taking notes or doing recordings. And/or questionnaires, when you give someone something to fill out and then they answer to the best of their ability. Make sense? Do you want to see it in terms of the perspective of games?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, you probably have already been doing it for God knows how long. Playtesting. Yeah, you see? I'm telling you, there's a lot of similarities. I'm not just shoehorning it in. But playtesting is just another way of running experiments with people to collect data to help with your game. And in the research way of thinking of it, to help with your research project. So we can use the exact same things I talked about in this slide and link it back to games. Especially if you get into more industry-focused playtesting, where you have studios that hire dedicated people to playing something and giving feedback, aka QA testers. Right? That's a dedicated role for just trying something out and recording them as they try something out. When you have a project, you're showing it to other students, or you're at Beer and Pixels, or whatever, you may be taking notes as they're talking about the game you're showing. Right? All of what I've said here, the bold points, apply to games as well. It just depends on how you do it. Now, the things I want to highlight are two things that we can improve on. Surveys, like when you have a playtesting feedback form that you might create for someone else to fill out. And then the second one is probing questions, where you basically become an annoying little kid and ask more questions, but you do it with some thought to it. We'll cover the first one. So let's say we have something like this. Usually, whenever I personally see a feedback form for a game that's being shown off at an event or online, or maybe even you do this, you might do a 5-star rating. Like, rate this thing from 1 to 5. How much did you like it? Okay? This is usually the standard one, the first one. Let me ask you a question. If you made a form asking someone, hey, how do you feel about my game's art style? And they clicked this. What does that tell you? What's the insight you get out of them doing a 2 out of 5?
It is pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. What if they kind of thought it was bad? Do you know for certain? No, you don't. Because it's kind of in this weird nuanced area of sort of, but also strongly bad. But you don't know until you ask the person or you have a written response, which they may not even do. So that's why I want to introduce you to a research scale of value. That being a 7-point Likert scale. It's not Likert, it's Likert. I know it's weird, I fully agree with you, but that's the guy's last name. So a 7-point Likert scale, same principle, but instead of 1 to 5, it's 1 to 7, with 4 being your midpoint, the middle. So then when you ask the same question in your feedback form and they circle that one, what does that tell you?
Not very good, but not very bad.
Anyway, I want whoever wants to voice their thoughts. What do you think a 3 out of 7 represents?
Still not very much.
Still not very much?
Below average.
Below average? Yeah, I mean, if 4 is the average, yep. Okay, so we've got some varied responses, but it's much more focused. You've got more of an idea than if it was a 2 out of 5, where 2 out of 5 is kind of, they didn't like it, but not a 1 out of 5. Here, you can say that, let's say they thought it was slightly bad, like not the best, but not average. But if they gave it a 2 out of 5, that's like, okay, they really didn't like it. Well, 2 out of 7. 1 out of 7 is they hated it. Does this make somewhat sense? It's just kind of by giving the feedback or playtester more options on what they can do. Yeah?
I don't know if this is a forum where I can ask questions in the middle of this position. Is the question okay?
Yeah, well, if it's a quick one, absolutely.
Why stop at 7?
You'd usually want a range when you're trying to get feedback from people. You wouldn't want it to be like from 1 to 100 or something like that, obviously. But if it's 1 to 10, it might be almost too focused, if that makes sense. Like if you get a 1 out of 10 and then someone gives you, like let's say a 6, it gives more range. But when you have it as a 1 to 7, it's clear values. Like if someone gives it a 3 out of 7, it's very clear what they feel. But 1 through 10, it might be nuanced on the other extremity. Does that make a bit more sense? I'm happy to clarify it later.
Sure.
But that's a good question. I do like that. Yeah, this is what I suggest. It may not work for everyone. So yeah. It may not work for everyone, but yeah. Again, all of this is in the template as well, so you can get a good idea of it. This is what I suggest. This is what's used in research. So it's got a big sticker thumbs up on it, kind of. On to another point with surveys. This is something that's research inspired, but mainly I have thought of. And I'll kind of put you in this scenario. Let's say you go to an event, you play a game, and they ask you, hey, could you fill out my feedback form? And so you go, yeah, I'll fill out your feedback form, absolutely, because you want to help them. And you scan the feedback form, and you're like, I will do this later. 8 times out of 10, you do kind of forget to do the feedback form, not because you're out of disrespect or it's like, no, screw you. You just might forget. You're busy doing all of this. So usually, there is a way we can kind of combat this, and I think can be very valuable to you. Give your playtesters the option between a quick form and a normal form, okay? The difference is very, very small, but impactful. The normal form is you have a rating, like how did you feel about this thing? And you force them to ask, like write why. So if you gave the art style a 3 out of 5, why did you give it a 3 out of 5? Learn more about that. But a quick form is just the values. So if people still want to give feedback in a meaningful way, but they don't have as much time, they can do the quick version. If they do have time and they really want to write something about it, they can do the normal version. In the template, I even included an optional section at the end of each version of the form, right? And you get all the data in one area. This mainly comes from how in research you get a lot of data in many different ways, and it might be hard to comprehend it, so you can streamline the whole process if it's needed, right? When people are playing your game, they're not participants unless they were paid to be there, if that makes sense. But yeah, this is all I've got to really suggest about surveys. Again, can't take all day. That's not fair. So I'll go into probing questions, which I kind of explained it as you're being an annoying little kid. What do I mean by that? So let's say you ask someone, hey, what do you think of the game? And they go, oh yeah, I think it's fun. I really liked the art style. And then would you just go, oh, okay, and just leave it at that?
What do you like about the art style?
What do you like about the art style? It's like, oh, I love how it's like, it really pops, it stands out, but the background could kind of have that same familiar area. It's like, oh, would you want it to be even more colorful to help stand out? And then you're writing more and more notes about it, because you would instinctively, hopefully, fingers crossed, be taking notes as they're talking about it. So just by asking more questions and being an annoying little kid, you get more value out of their time that they're taking to play your game, right? Now that's just with one person. What if you do it with 20 people at an event and you do these probing questions that you think of on the spot? You'll get a lot of value out of it. Now, I'm happy to provide an example, but I already have. Why do you think I was asking more questions about it? Would I have just accepted if you just said no? Seriously? No, come on. There's a point to this. It's not just to be taking up more people's time, it's to get more value out of the time they're giving to you to play your game, right? And this can be applied in terms of just any question you have for a playtester and what you really want to get out of the feedback from your initial question. If you're asking about the audio and sound design of your game, or let's say if you were doing a romance game and you had different options, how players felt about each option, you get more data to then make bigger changes that have more of an impact on people when they play it the next time. So it all kind of loops into each other. Make sense? Yep. Perfect. That's the end of my talk. Yeah, no, I really meant it. I didn't want to overwhelm you guys with so many different things, and it's already reaching, it's already 3:43 p.m. I intended for this talk to be shorter than usual, but sweet. Like you get a lot out of it. So yeah, I hope you did learn something from this. Maybe you might apply whatever I've talked about in this presentation. Maybe you might do your own research. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe it doesn't really sit well with you. That's completely fine. It's the fact that you're trying to learn, you're trying to come here, you're trying to engage yourself, and maybe it might not be your cup of tea. I fully understand that. For the rest of the time I'm here, I've got until 4 p.m. I assume that's when they want to pack up. I'm free to answer any other questions and gain, maybe you want to learn insight on the previous things I've brought up, or you might ask something completely different. Like, Morel, what about this aspect of games development? Is there anything that comes to mind from your experience? I'll happily answer it.
How much time do you typically dedicate to research when it comes to developing a game before you actually make it?
Let's say, and this is something else I do, I like to give myself a time limit on how long I have to make something. Like if I have an idea, I give myself 2 weeks to make it. Gives you some sense of urgency. I would spend 30 to 40% of that time doing research. And mind you, research, quote unquote, can include designing your game, because you're instinctively thinking about ideas, seeing what other games do, or what has already been done, and incorporating it into your document or whatever you're going to, or even the game itself. Maybe you say, screw the document, no documentation needed, who cares? You might do that. And it's an intuitive process to do that type of stuff. Yeah.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Can I just give you a microphone and a stream mic? Sorry.
Oh, that is a good
Yeah,
point.
no.
I should have done.
I'm being recorded.
That's me.
You're on the stream, Oscar.
So, oh my goodness. You talked about, was it simple surveys or quick surveys?
Are you talking about this bit?
What do you, is that something you use, quick forms, that's what you said. Is that something you use often, and what would be the practical application of, you know, how do you take feedback that is just numbers, and how do you actually make a design decision based on that?
Yeah, well, to answer the first bit of the question, I actually really like this system. I've personally kind of identified from just me doing research in other areas and whatever I do prior to games dev and what I'm doing now. In terms of, because it is a valid claim, like valid criticism of it. It's like if people just do the quick version, you may not really understand why they gave that value. True, it's mainly there for convenience for those that may not have the time to properly detail each rating that they give. And that can still be improved upon, the rating bit, if you use something like a 7-point scale rather than like a 5-point scale. So you get a lot more information instinctively from whatever they've given, right? If someone gives something a 5 out of 7 with no comment, you could make an assumption that they found that it was, you know, slightly good. Not strongly like a 6, and it wasn't amazing like a 7, but it was slightly good. And maybe I did bring it up. If I didn't, I apologize. But for both versions of the forms, there would still be an optional section for people to write other suggestions, other feedback that comes to mind, etc. So it's more, the quick form's more for convenience. If they don't have as much time to really answer the required written components, but they still want to give meaningful feedback that you can understand. Obviously, it's better if it's the normal form. Like if everyone fills the normal form, we'd be in a perfect utopia, but some people just may forget or they don't find the motivation. So, if that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense. Can you give an example of like, if you just had quick forms and you were going off of, man, lots of people gave the art a 5 out of 7 and the gameplay a 7 or whatever it is. What do you do with that? Do you then go, I'm just going to iterate on the art in what I think people will like, or how do you take that on in terms of an action?
If I was just basing everything off of the forms, like whatever people wrote, I don't think you would have a full picture of people's feedback. Because I think even you may, I know you definitely have experienced this, even if there's a feedback form present, people will just verbally tell you what they are thinking.
It's true.
So, and again, nothing stops you from also just asking questions directly. The forms that usually you have at these events, to me, they're more there to reinforce certain aspects that you are inquiring about. But while you're running your game and people are playing it, you might just ask them, hey, what do you think about that mechanic? Are you lost? And they might just tell you, hey, I'm lost. I have no idea where I'm going. And so you would be writing down notes. You'd take down notes. You might even be recording their screen, and you might see like, oh, they fell into this hole. That's a bug. Why are they under the water? Oh, they fell off the map. And that might be something you identify. So yeah, I can see where you're coming from of like, it might be a bit hard if you base everything off of the feedback form, but naturally, you will not really be basing everything off of the feedback form.
Yeah. You use it with other contexts.
Yeah.
That's cool.
This is just a way of, I guess, enhancing whatever you have. But yeah, any other questions that people want to bring up? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, good speech. And I would like to know if you think there is any value in, for example, mixing those surveys with maybe some analytics into your game, and maybe making, let's say, assumptions about why did they not like, or do you think it's out of it's not worth it. You may get the wrong impression about it.
Ooh, okay, that's a good one. Well, first of all, I'm glad you enjoyed whatever mess of a presentation this was. I think I absolutely see the value in having analytics in-game on top of whatever I've talked about. This should never be methods to replace what you can already do. It's more or less to enhance what you might already be doing. So if you already do in-game analytics, or you're curious about having in-game analytics, maybe like heat maps, seeing where people go, or recording certain values or something like that, yeah, go for it. It will only just reinforce the questions you might ask in your feedback form, the notes you might take from observations, like what people are doing, what people tell you about the game, and what areas you could cover and maybe look into. Maybe this is something I've had. People would just kind of walk up to you and be like, hey, you should check out this game if you haven't already. And you go, okay, I'll check out this game. And you could put that on the matrix that you might already have or might be doing. In terms of assuming things, that's usually the cursed word in research if you have to assume stuff. But obviously you're a game developer, you're not a researcher, or you're not taking it in that full lens. So if you are going to assume something, you should have data to back it up, if that makes sense. So if you feel that players don't like certain things, if you're assuming that, you should have something to help you with it. Or maybe just ask them if that's something you might already come with like premeditated almost, like you have that inherently. You're like, I don't think people are going to enjoy this thing. But then you ask them, hey, do you enjoy this thing? And they go, yeah or no, and then you record the results. Because honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, you're accidentally creating a hypothesis. That is what a hypothesis is. It's an assumption. You go, I think this will be good. I don't think that will be good. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, no, thank you for that. Anything else? What I'll do as well quickly, just for those that are kind of saying, oh, I don't want to hear him answer questions. Huh?
Do you drink the water for 4.5?
This? No. Because I actually am, like, I do notice these details, hence why I thought of this hypothetical with a friend of mine, which, for reference on this friend, Declan, we thought of this. And so I thought to myself, no, what happened? Kind of like how you responded. What happened in the process for it to go down half a star? It's water. It should be the best thing for you.
They choose that rating as well. So they've chosen to change the health rating.
Yeah.
Which I think is more concerning.
Yeah, why did they change it?
Yeah.
Did Mount Franklin be corrupted? Like, did it contaminated? What happened? But, yeah, I would say no. For reference as well, just before I forget, in regards to that QR code, no, I hit the, there we go. So that's the QR code. It has everything that you can see there. Hopefully I've done the permissions on Google correctly. If I haven't, I can literally fix it. But can you make a copy?
Let me see.
That's the big thing. I would want to make sure you can make a copy. You could be saying, Morel, couldn't you have tested this in incognito mode? Yeah. I've been very busy. Yay! Woo! Okay. Perfect. Well, that's all I really have to share. Any last minute questions? I'm just being wary of the time. We've got 6 minutes left. Yeah? I'll drink some water meanwhile.
I was just wondering, let's say you had to design a new gameplay system that might be loosely based on things that already exist. So you're like going through research, but you can't find a game that exactly copies what you're trying to do. How would you go about figuring out how to do it in your game if other games don't have it? So you're designing something kind of new, but also slightly based on other things.
You just create a unique idea then, if I'm not mistaken. Because you'd be surprised how many games just slightly change one aspect from another game, and then that becomes unique, right? For example, if I was to use here, have you heard of the game Shadowrush? I'm accidentally marketing for another game. Put your hand up if you've heard of Shadowrush. Splendid. Shadowrush is by Emerson. Emerson Phillips. So it's being developed here in Sydney by a team of 2, if I'm not mistaken. And the main developer, Emerson, his little pitch for me was, what if you combined the movement shooting mechanics from Titanfall with the destructible environment of the finals? But he did both of those his own way. He didn't do it exactly one-to-one. And usually if you're doing a game one-to-one and you're just basically taking aspects from something else, from other games, 2 things might happen. It's either not really done well and it feels like just a jumbled mess usually, or people just go, this is just like this game. Why don't I go play that game? But what you've said is generally just a unique idea. And that's something that I would recommend you expand upon, because it might work. Maybe it might not. Maybe it might not really work well. People might be confused about it. And that's perfectly fine, because that's the art of playtesting. You get that feedback. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yay, perfect. Alrighty, we got 4 minutes, time's ticking. Dawn of the final day. Yep. I feel so bad.
No, I've committed to this life.
Morel.
Yes.
What do you think of trying to implement actual game academia into development? Things like game design concepts that have been studied.
Ooh, okay. That's a big question. Think about it.
You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, so just for me to fully understand it, so you're asking the idea of incorporating things directly from research into game design?
Yeah, so like say you want to make a game, you've chosen what kind of game you want to make, like what's the genre. Then like, I guess the developer should then go and research actual academia as to how people have like seen those approaches to that genre. Like, do you think that like people should actually do a deep dive into like games academia for the genre of the game they want to make?
Yeah, now I've definitely thought of an answer. It really depends. It depends on the genre and the idea you're working on. I would recommend this more, funnily enough, if you're doing virtual reality games. There's a lot of research in virtual reality. You learn a lot of things in that field of research. And mind you, these papers, you can easily find them online. I haven't even talked about where you can get the papers if you want. You can go to Google Scholar, you can go onto ACM. If you're a student at a university, the library services team would usually provide premium licenses for you to just go read these papers. And they're most likely open access, so anyone can access it, generally speaking. So if you were doing, let's say, a VR game, and you were worried about people getting motion sick on a particular area that's fast paced, you can look into research on virtual reality cyber sickness and VR sickness and see what you can do to mitigate it. All right? That's funny enough what my research is looking at as an example. That's what I can say as well as I can. So I would say yes, it depends on what you are looking at and if you think it will be valuable. Some people may not find the value in it, and that's completely fine. They want to prioritize more commercial aspects of it rather than research, also completely fine. But you can find some interesting things if you do research. And research doesn't have to include like proper publications from conferences and whatnot. Research is anything. If you want to read up on articles about how game reviewers feel about a certain mechanic, or polls that show how many games people play and what genres they like. IGDA does a really good report on this every year on what Australians play and what genres they really like and why they play games. You might incorporate that into whatever you're working on. That is something you can do. It's an optional thing, not a requirement, is the summary. Does that answer it?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Very cool.
No, all good, perfect. Well, it is 4 p.m. on the dot. Yay. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death.
Now it's great. What a way to end. This is actually also all from me because I'm going to pass over to our illustrious organizer, Sandra. Clap, 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 clap. I can't clap. I'm holding 2 microphones.
I don't know what to do. I'll go here.
Awesome. We're gonna do this thing.
All good, all good. It should transfer back to, yeah.
Oh, yay, okay. We just did that. I just want to first thank you everyone for doing all the talks all day. All the speakers were really amazing. If you did miss out on the talks, because we do have two separate rooms, I will try my best to get all the video archived on our YouTube channel, so you can just follow our Liquid Cat Studio YouTube channel to rewatch the talks as well. I also want to thank you for giving an acknowledgement to the crowdfunding supporters that helped us fund a lot of the equipment as well as catering for the speakers and exhibitioners on today's day. So I'll do my best to read everyone, but we did raise over $1,000 over 2 weeks worth of crowdfunding, and I was amazed about the support from the community. So thank you for T3N1, Forgotten One, Christine Ugger, we have Chris Lee, Elizabeth Farroland, we have The Sky, the kids from yesterday, Pyramid Software, Sasona Trin, Marel Bitto, thank you speaker, thank you. Nima Ayla, which is a speaker from last year's talk. We have some interviews online, and we have actually more than 4 anonymous since I've created these slides as well with the support. So we have even more money from the $1,000 that I've sort of mentioned here. Yes, so we also have some sponsors from MSI with the equipment, as I mentioned this morning, but we have a prize worth roughly less than $500. I put that as the total. It's not a good prize, but I had to update that. They gave me the actual prize, the prices a bit too late for me to update these slides. But they're really cool prizes. So we have some really cool headphones, 2 of them to give away, as well as a cool thermos bottle that's like $79, headphones maybe roughly $60, with like a gaming mouse that's roughly $60 as well. So it's a free entry to the giveaway. You just need to go on the stage and do some little tasks like follow my social media or do some posts with us tagging us in, and then you'll be able to enter into that. At 4:30, I'm gonna announce the winners on stage and attempt to give that to the winners as well. Yes, so thank you for coming, and I hope to do this again next year. And thank you to all the volunteers that are on the team today and my executive team throughout the last 4 months organizing this. Thank you for the university itself to sponsor and letting us this wonderful venue today. Thank you to Abby again, hosting, doing an amazing job hosting and emceeing our streams. And thank you to all the amazing exhibition, like the showcase games people, developers on the floor itself, coming out here and showcasing the games. Cool. So I want to do some photos. So if you want to be included in the photo, just go outside at the stage at the back, and then we can do a little group photo at the end.
And definitely go enter the free giveaway. Go now, quickly. You only have till 4:30. Bye. Bye, stream.